check it out, make sure it's all right.
Point it right at your mouth.
Right.
The time of 12:30 having come, we're having a quorum in the room. This town meeting is open for business. Help. Testing. The best laid plans of mice and men gang after glay, they say. So, as I was saying, the time having come and having a quorum in the room, this town meeting stands open for business. The first item of business will be that Ella Skeena from Nahant Girl Scout Troop number 69002 will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ella. Great job. Not too long ago, the Carbone family of Nahant suffered a tragic loss of their son, Maximilian. This heartbreaking accident was felt by our entire community. Max was a bright young man attending Wentworth Institute of Technology and loved spending his free time with his family and friends in Nahant. Mark's parents, Mark and Jennifer, his sister Julia, and the entire Carbone family are in our thoughts, and his memory, we dedicate today's annual town meeting in his name. I would now ask that we hold a moment of silence in memory of Max. Thank you. So we have a number of things to do. One of the ones to do is my favorite one, which is the Citizen of the Year presentation. And this year it goes to a very special person, as it always does. But for years, this person was our beloved assistant treasurer collector. And then for a number of years, she was our beloved treasurer collector. Now, I can tell you, there aren't that many towns that have beloved treasurer collectors. But this treasurer collector decided to take a very well-deserved retirement. And so she retired a couple of years ago. But then the town needed her. And so out of the goodness of her heart, she came back and operated as treasurer collector for the town again. In grateful recognition, Kathy Famulari is Nahant Citizen of the Year for 2019. I don't know if Kathy's here. Accepting for Kathy Famulari will be Dave Conlon. I will make sure it gets to her. So thank you very much. Sure. All right. We also have the Charlie Kelly Scholarship Award, and Selectman Mr. Lombard is going to present that.
I'm pleased to announce this year's award for the Charlie Kelly Memorial Scholarship. As an individual, she wrote a great thesis about town government, and it was very well received, and she received the highest vote. The individual is Molly Franhouse. Where is she?
We all voted for you.
Congratulations.
Keep smiling.
You did a great job. Yeah. Yeah. Molly, the check's not here. It's going to be mailed to you, or you can pick it up. Okay. One or the other, from the town manager. Where is he, Tony? Down? Yeah. Okay. They figured maybe.
Are you saying we're going to have to wait for the override for the check, Richie?
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very good. Nice job.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
So we have a number of, so most of the non-voters are being sent down to the FinCom room in hopes that we will be able to accommodate all voters. But we have a few that are on the floor that are important for our proceedings, including Antonio Barletta, our esteemed town administrator, Fire Chief Mike Feinberg. And Mike, this is his last year, and he wanted to just say a couple of words.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to begin by recognizing two individuals. I ask that David Licio and Robert Thibault, if you're here, please stand up. I know Robert's here. Dave here. Both of these firefighters are reaching the mandatory retirement age and will be retiring from the Nahant Fire Department. They have both served the community for over 25 years through the fire department and ocean rescue, and I am certain they will both continue to serve in different capacities. David will be retiring next week, effective April 30th, and Robert on June 30th. Please join me in thanking them for their service. I would like to take a moment to thank the entire community for your support during my nearly 3.5 years here in town. It's been a privilege to serve as your fire chief, and I hope that the work we did will have a lasting, positive impact on the community long after I'm gone. While I'm obviously disappointed by the chain of events that have resulted in my tenure coming to an end later this year, I'm extremely proud of what has been accomplished over the past 3 years. I want to thank the members of the community who have reached out to me directly and wanted to express my appreciation to all of you for your support of the department and its continuously expanding roles and responsibilities in town. 12 days ago, I experienced a significant medical event and spent a week at Leahy Clinic in Burlington. That event has forced me to re-examine my perspective on many different things and may have a lasting impact on my future career. Excuse me. My hope is that the department will continue to thrive going forward, and I wish nothing but the best in the future for you, the residents of the town of Nahant. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. I don't know, when little Robbie Thibault is retiring, maybe it's time for me to, nah. We'll keep going. Bob Dwyer, our illustrious police chief. Jeff Blake from KP Law. Tony Pirzatozzi, our superintendent. Kevin Andrews, our esteemed principal. David Laurie, attorney who may be consulted. Scott Greaves, our dog officer. And do we have somebody from the item? We usually do, but apparently not this time. And Brendan Caprit, who is our new treasurer collector. Are there any other non-voters on the floor? In the peanut gallery, any non-voters? Does everybody have their highly fashionable new accoutrement? Very good. Okay, well, I think then I'm down to the second most important thing on the agenda, and that is to remind you that hot dogs are available from the senior citizens downstairs. And please don't suffer pangs of hunger while you're here, because they are really good. I had 2 of them this morning. And with that, we'll go to Judy Zahora, who will provide the annual resolution.
Thank you. I move that the town adopt the following resolution. Resolved that the town adopt the following rule governing motions and amendments made during the 2019 annual town meeting. Whereas, without an override, the amount to be raised by taxation, as recommended by the Advisory and Finance Committee, is expected to be $9,988,781 for the fiscal year 2020. And whereas Proposition 2.5 makes it unlawful for the town to levy taxes in excess of $9,988,781 for the fiscal year 2020 without a vote to override the limit. Therefore, in order to ensure compliance with the levy limit imposed by Proposition 2.5, the participants of the 2019 annual town meeting shall require that anyone introducing a motion at this meeting, which would result in increasing an appropriation above the amount permissible under the levy limit imposed by Proposition 2.5, be obliged to specify the alternative means of funding by giving the names of other articles or accounts, excluding the reserve fund, and the amount by which the appropriated or recommended amount for such account or articles must be reduced in order to fund the requested increase.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on the resolution? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 2, Ms. Zahora.
Thank you. I move that the town vote to authorize the town treasurer with approval of the Selectmen, to borrow from time to time in anticipation of revenue in the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019, in accordance with the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 4, and to issue a note or notes therefore payable within 1 year, in accordance with the General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 17, and to authorize the treasurer-collector to enter into a compensating balance agreement or agreements with banking institutions with the approval of the Selectmen for fiscal year 2020 pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 53F of the General Laws.
Seconded by Mr. Fulgham. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let me just comment that this is a motion to borrow, and when we have a borrowing motion, we have to pass it by 2/3. But it just happens that if we have a unanimous vote, that satisfies the two-thirds majority. So, seeing and hearing no further discussion, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor.
Thank you.
Article 3, Julie Tarmy.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the following sums for the fiscal year 2019 expenses as follows: $48,256 for debt, principal, and interest, $25,000 selectmen general expenses, $50,000 for reserve fund, $18,089 data processing, salary, wages, and general expenses, and to meet these appropriations, transfer from the following fiscal year 2019 accounts: $61,179 from pension and annuity expense, Essex Regional Retirement Board expense, unemployment compensation, group health and life insurance expense, and Medicare tax expense; $1,962 from Essex North Shore Tech Assessment, $30,000 from school transportation, and $48,256 to be funded by available funds in the Treasury, $48,256 overlay surplus.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 4, Ms. Tarmy.
I move the town vote to appropriate $72,000 for the fiscal year 2019 snow and ice account. To meet this appropriation, transfer from the following fiscal year 2019 accounts: $27,103 from pension and annuity expense, Essex Regional Retirement Board expense, unemployment compensation, group health and life insurance expense, and Medicare tax expense; $11,765 from Essex North Shore Tech Assessment, $14,911 from free cash, and $18,221 from overlay surplus.
Seconded by Ms. Giardella. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing, yes? I see you. You need to come to the microphone and identify yourself, Jeff. Not everybody knows you as well as I do.
My name is Jeff Mussman. I live at 15 Tri-Mountain Road. Just a question. I've now heard 2 transfers from the pension and annuity fund totaling, almost $100,000, and I'm curious as to where that fits into $27,000 and $63,000 in the earlier motion. Where does that fit into our whole budget process? Sounds like we have an extra $100,000 that we're throwing at pension and annuity. Is that what's happening? Could somebody explain that? That's all I'm asking.
I'm going to defer that to the town accountant. Deb?
Okay, so basically you can see that's a long list of items. It's really not coming from the retirement account. It's coming from the health insurance and the unemployment. They're all grouped together when we vote them in the omnibus. So when we move money out of them, we need to say them all again. Does that make sense? It's not coming from the retirement. It's coming from the benefit account, which is that whole list. No, things like unemployment, we estimate. If we don't need it, we can use it for things like snow and ice. These are only estimates, assuming we will need them. When we don't need them, we can use them for items where we do need them. And this is typical every year. Not necessarily this account, but health insurance is a very volatile one because you can have family plans go to individuals, the rates can change, so we estimate what it will be, and when we get to this point, we know better where we are and that there may be extra to use. We're not doing that for right.
That's for the next year, though.
That's a different account, Jeff. The OPEB stabilization account is for other post-employee benefits. When people retire, they're still entitled to pension. So we still have a share of that. That's a different account than this. This is for the working.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 5, Mr. Vanderslice.
I move that the town vote to amend Article 13, Section 5, Subsection B of the bylaws for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019, by replacing the existing section with the section under Part 1 as shown in the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee on pages 9 and 10.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 6. Mr. Vanderslice.
I move the town vote to fix the salaries of the following elected officials. Selectman at the annual salary of $1, constable at the annual salary of $50, assessors at the annual salary of $1, town clerk at the annual salary of $60,043 with no override, or $60,637 contingent upon an approval of Proposition 2.5 override.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, unless it's coming over the police radio. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 7, Ms. Tarmy.
I move that the town vote to appropriate for the following fiscal year 2018 expenses, $6,309 parking clerk services. That to meet this appropriation, the sum of $6,309 be transferred from free cash.
Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. So I will have one little bit of of discussion here. Because this is for a prior year expense, the vote that has to pass today is got to be 4/5. It's got to have a majority of 4/5 of the voters. It happens, however, that if you have a unanimous vote in favor, that includes the 4/5. Just a word to the wise. So, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, those signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Thank you very much.
All right. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the following sums of money from the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. This is going to take a minute, so bear with me. The moderator...
Why don't we, before we do that, why don't we explain how it works? Not everybody here has been at town meeting many times. So this is the omnibus article, and it has many, many sub-articles, and each one has a number associated with it. And it may be that some people have some interest in one item or other items, and maybe people don't have an interest in items. So what we do is, as he goes through and reads the article, each item that he reads, if you want to have a discussion of that article, please raise your hand and say the word pass. If you do that, we'll keep track of it. And when he gets done reading the whole article, we'll go back to those things that people have passed on, and then we'll discuss those in appropriate fashion. So that's how it works. So with that explanation, please proceed.
All right. Moderator, general expenses, $60. Selectman salary, $3. General expenses, $93,400, and an additional $12,294 contingent upon passage of the override. Town administrator salaries and wages, $218,844, and an additional $1,013 contingent upon passage of the override. Health inspector, $10,550, and an additional $104 contingent upon the passage of the override. Public health nurse, $3,429, and an additional $34 contingent upon passage of the override. Assistant health inspector, $500. Town physician, $500. ADA coordinator, $500. General expenses, $12,150. Capital outlay, $2,900, of which $2,900 is funded from free cash. Advisory and Finance Committee general expenses, $9,500. Town accountant salary and wages, $167,601, and an additional $1,647 contingent upon passage of the override. General expenses, $9,217. Assessors, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $146,218, and an additional $786 contingent upon passage of the override. Treasurer collector, salaries and wages, $123,774, and an additional $532 contingent upon passage of the override. General expenses, $54,750. Capital outlay, $1,400, of which $1,400 is funded from free cash. Town council annual fee, $48,666, an additional $6,314 contingent upon passage of the override. Town hall salaries, wages, $30,295, and an additional $267 contingent upon passage of the override. General expenses, $50,820. Capital outlay, $1,400. Data processing, salary, wages, and general expenses, $1,071,000. Was there a pass? Oh, I'm sorry. Data processing, salary, and wages, general expenses, $171,000. Town clerk, salary, wages, and general expenses, $75,262, and an additional $594 contingent upon passage of the override. Capital outlay, $1,400, of which $1,400 is funded from free cash. Election, registration, salary and wages, general expense, $12,396. Conservation Commission, general expenses, $760. Planning Board, general expenses, $2,650. Board of Appeals, general expenses, $2,900. Police Department, salaries and wages, $1,309,215. And an additional $11,283 contingent upon passage of the override. General expenses, $144,517, and an additional $5,733 contingent upon passage of the override. Capital outlay, $39,900, of which $39,900 is funded from free cash. Fire Department, salaries and wages, $914,020, and an additional $9,312 contingent upon the passage of an override. General expenses, $141,914, and an additional $4,130 contingent upon the passage of the override. Capital outlay, of which $18,800 is funded from free cash. Inspectional services, salary and general expenses, $17,300, and an additional $159 contingent upon passage of the override. Building inspector, salary and wages, $17,601, and an additional $165 contingent upon the passage of the override. General expenses, $7,707. Plumbing and gas inspector, salaries and wages, $7,206. And an additional $63 contingent upon the passage of the override. General expenses, $748. Wiring inspector, salaries and wages, $7,206, and an additional $63 contingent upon the passage of the override. General expenses, $1,669. Civil defense, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $9,723, and an additional $493 contingent upon the passage of the override. Animal control, salary and wages, $9,691, and an additional $96 contingent upon the passage of the override. General expenses, $3,800. Parking clerk general expenses, $13,561. Harbor master, salary and wages, $3,281, and an additional $14 contingent upon passage of the override. General expenses, $7,280. Wharfinger, salaries and wages, $1,887, and an additional $19 contingent upon passage of the override. General expenses, $1,752. Capital outlay, $1,500, of which $1,500 is funded from free cash. School department, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $3,542,249, of which $422,784 is funded from free cash, and an additional $23,051 is contingent upon passage of the override. Transportation expenses, $236,859. Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School Assessment, $152,731. Debt service, $381,200, of which $194,000 and $14 is funded from free cash. Public Works, snow removal, $30,000. Salaries, wages, and general expenses for Public Works Administration, Highways and Streets, Beach and Parks, Cemetery and Overhead, $393,225, and an additional $2,981 contingent upon passage of the override. Capital outlay, $8,500, of which $8,500 is funded from free cash. Debt service, $72,282. Library salaries, wages, and general expenses, $220,828, and an additional $1,730 contingent upon passage of the override. Recreation, general, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $3,090. Recreation, sailing, salaries and wages and general expenses of $3,605. Recreation, tennis, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $2,880. Council on Aging, salary, wages, and general expenses, $57,076. An additional $538 contingent upon passage of the override. Veterans Agent, salary, wages, and general expenses, $46,921, of which $27,000 is funded from free cash, and an additional $179 contingent upon passage of the override. Historical Commission general expenses, $0. Memorial Day Committee general expenses, $7,500. 4th of July Committee general expenses, $2,215. Beautification Committee general expenses, $2,122. Military Housing general expenses, $55,706, and an additional $294 contingent upon passage of the override. Debt, principal, and interest, $387,482. I said that wrong. Pass. A reduction in the amount of $94,200 contingent upon passage of the override. Pensions and annuity expense, Essex Regional Retirement Board expense, unemployment compensation, group health and life insurance expense, Medicare tax expense, $1,916,983. A reduction in the amount of $41,583 contingent upon passage of the override. Retirement account, $0. Insurance Committee general expense, $277,789, and an additional $103 contingent upon passage of the override. Reserve Fund, $185,000, and an additional $101,792 contingent upon passage of the override.
Wow, what a great read. Great read, Brenda. I tell you, if you ever decide not to be a lawyer anymore, I think you could get a job as a tobacco auctioneer.
I'll see if they're hiring.
There are a couple points of clarification, though, I do want to make. One is on page 6. Oh, you don't have the pages. This is on the item school department salaries, wages, and general expenses. When you said an additional $23,051 contingent on the passage of the override, I think you said $23,051 is contingent on the passage of the override. I kind of left it might be a comment of 23,000 out of the 422. So I would just take the is out if there was one in there in the transcript. And on the fire department capital outlay, you said of which $18,800 is funded from free cash, but I didn't hear you say $18,800, of which picky, that's all I can tell you. But we want this exactly right, and that was a wonderful read. So that was seconded by Julie Tarmy. And we had several passes. The first pass was Selectmen General Expenses. Mr. Mussman.
I'm passing simply to ask what is included in general expenses, and I note that it's increasing by at least $17,000, and if the override passes, by $30,000, and I'm just curious as to what is involved in that raise, the increase.
In the selectmen's general expense? So to address a couple of your points, first is that this was increased to bring it more in line with what the actual expenses were in 2018, which were in the $100,000 range. So although the appropriation, and as you saw, and I believe you questioned or passed on this issue as well in the current year transfers. So in the budgeting process, we allocate certain amounts of money, and as the time goes and expenses come in, sometimes they exceed what has been budgeted, and we do the current year transfers. So this is one line where we have overspent what we have budgeted. So the increase that you're seeing is to bring in line to what we have expended it on. To answer the second part of your question is, what are those expenses that we're expending it on? I believe the majority of this is in legal. Yeah.
So this is in addition to the legal expense that we are later allocating. So what portion of the $105,000 is allocated to legal?
I would have to defer to the administrator or the accountant.
Why isn't it in legal?
Why isn't it in here? So one reason that it's not in there is that we're hoping that the legal will continue to go in the opposite direction, and that we haven't been able to fund our budget as it exists currently, and to keep beefing up on the legal department at the expense of some of our other departments. We've been hoping that this will reduce, and we've been trying to balance the budget in a way that is appropriate for all of the departments. And this particular piece, along with all of the other budgets, have requirements. And as you pointed out, the budgeting process, and one of the things that, I guess now would be an okay time to point this out, is while we started this whole discussion on the override with the town administrator, we started with the finance committee being pretty opposed to that approach. And we spent 6 or 7 meetings with the town administrator where we talked about how the budget was developed, how the town spends their money. And one of the things that we got the town to agree to, as we pointed out in our letter, is that the town will look at zero-based budgeting next year. And that's looking at what it costs to run each department, and not just take last year's budget and increase it by 2.5%. And this particular line item is one where we'd hope to have that analysis, Jeffrey, where we'd look at what are the actual costs that are going into that account. How did we come up with them? What are we expending those funds on? Can we do it in a better way? Can we look at our relationships and have a better understanding of what our legal fees are costing? We're right now paying on an hourly basis. We're in the process of analyzing whether or not to go back to a retainer basis. It might cost us a little more money on the outset to come up with a retainer agreement, which means we pay a flat fee for a list of services that the legal team would provide, and anything in excess of that sort of is on the legal firm. Anything that is, that we don't spend, that's on us, because we paid for something that we didn't necessarily get. But having those data analyzed on a per expense line by line item is something that we're hoping will start in May. We talked this morning in the finance committee meeting with the town administrator of, when are we going to start having that discussion of zero-based budgeting, what these expenses actually are, and how we can really analyze what they are.
I appreciate that, Brendan. But one point that this is really not touching on is the transparency issue. The fact that you may have included $95,000 in the legal doesn't mean we have to pay legal counsel $95,000. But that, if we have allocated $40,000 of general expense to legal, and that's what people are suggesting, then by not allocating that to legal, it could go, to some other thing that we don't know now what it is.
Let's hear from Mr. Beretta, who may have the answer to your question.
I don't know if I'll have the answer to your question, but I'll give it a shot. So in general expenses, you have purchase services, professional and technical, accounting and auditing. Legal is the bulk of that increase. Bookbinding, annual town report, general supplies and materials, and dues and memberships. So in 2018, or fiscal year 2018, we spent in legal expenses $36,000. Last year we had $34,700 appropriated for the fiscal year that we're currently in. So far, in that line item, we've spent about $58,000 in legal fees, and that can be anything from, the wetlands bylaw. So when we had the special town meeting, we had counsel here, from the, personnel-related stuff, public records-related stuff, any type of day-to-day litigation that might trigger help from our town council. And like Brendan said, we're charged on an hourly basis. So it has been a very legal-heavy year. The other thing I wanted to mention was the additional $12,294 that's contingent upon passage of the override is going to be allocated to professional services. So with that $12,000, we're going to be hiring a professional consultant to come in and develop financial policies for the town and also do a cost assessment of services. So we'll be able to use that information to help guide us in next year's budget process.
Again, Tony, just getting back to, I don't want to keep beating up on this question, but if we are projecting some element of this $93,400, forgetting the professional consultant that's included within the $12,294 item, could that not have already been allocated to legal fees so that we as a town would have understood that instead of $55,000 or $48,000 pre-override, that we're actually allocating $80,000? I don't need to beat it to death.
Yeah, I'm confused by the question, but we have it's $50,000 of the general expenses are allocated towards legal expenses. So of that 94, 50 of it goes to legal. The rest is divided amongst those other things that I mentioned, and then of course the 12,000 contingent upon the override adds into the professional services side.
Further discussion?
Oh, Jeff, is the question of putting them both under one town council line item?
Yes, exactly. Sorry.
Why didn't you say so?
I thought I did. I thought I did.
Deb, I don't know if you can answer that. I mean, that's how it's been in the past. You have some legal that's underneath the selectman's office and then some under just general.
I think it's historically been tracked that way so that there are some legal issues that disseminate from the role of selectmen, and I think others that disseminate from the activity of the town. And I think that when the budget was created originally and that's been carried over from year to year, I think they've continued to segregate those two sort of genesis of the legal issue. So I think as we move forward and look at zero-based budgeting, and hopefully next year the budget will look much different when it's presented, that could be something that would be grouped together. But, the answer is it's because it's always been done that way.
All right. Just before you leave, or either of you leave, it would actually be helpful to me, because I don't truly understand this, how this override works. I mean, we're looking at a whole budget process, but I still do not understand, does our vote here today mean that we've adopted the override? Does it mean that we haven't adopted the override? I don't understand how the process works, and it would be helpful if someone actually explained that generally.
Sure.
Sorry.
No, the answer's no. You need it in both places. So it needs to be passed in the ballot, and then it also needs to be passed here in the appropriation. So if either one of those don't happen, then the override is not a success.
When would the ballot be?
Say that again? When? Today.
It's today, going
Today,
from
it's
7
question-
o'clock this morning till 8 o'clock
question-
tonight.
Yeah, it's,
Downstairs, we're voting on the override.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Question 1 on the ballot is to allow for the town to raise beyond the tax levy limit an additional $600,000. If that passes, and here at town meeting, we pass the appropriation of that money, then it's deemed passed. You need both.
Further discussion on general expenses, Selectmen. We also had a pass, seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to Town Administrator, additional $1,013 contingent on passage of the override. Yes?
Hi, thank you. Janet Dolan, 45 Pleasant Street. I tried to get up here a little bit faster, but just in tandem with Mr. Mussman was speaking about, I think it's important to clarify that if this override passes, that it passes forever until maybe we get another override. But it's not a one-year override. It's an override that's going to continue and be 2.5%, be the new baseline for the tax rate.
I think that everybody's in agreement with that.
Okay.
Thank you. The next pass we had was on Town Council annual fee.
No. I also passed on Town Administrator salaries and wages.
So we had two passes. I only heard one, sorry. Go ahead.
I note that we are paying $218,844 before an override. I've looked at other charts in this book. I see that number reduces to $129,000 next year and at a similar level into the next 5 years. So I'd like somebody to explain the $218,844, what's that breakdown for this year, and why is it $100,000 higher than it would be in the following 2 years? So,
thank you for bringing that up. It is one of the few errors we have in our printing. On page 47 of your book, Jeff is referencing the 5-year plan. So under Town Administrator salaries and wages, in FY20 it reads $219,857. And then for the next 4 years, it's in the $100,000 range. That's an error. Each of those next ones should be a 2 instead of a 1, so add 100,000 to each one of those. It's an error. So it's 222, 224, 227, 229. What's included in that is my salary and also the 2 salaries of the administrative assistants that sit up front. So the reason for the slight increase contingent upon the override is the administrative assistants' salaries would be increased by that additional 1%.
okay, so the 220,000 that's what's happening.
Yes.
That's what we can expect in that line into the future. Thank you.
Okay, the next pass was at Town Council, $6,314 contingent on the passage of the override.
Sorry about that. I mean, I think that my question on this has been encompassed in my earlier question. Could one tell us who the town council will be in 2020?
Well, decision hasn't fully been made yet. However, we are in the process of negotiating a retainer with KP Law.
All right, thank you.
The next, the next pass was on debt, principal, and interest, $387,482.
Is that me again, Jeff?
Jeff, it just sounded like you, but I couldn't. I was looking at the numbers, so I couldn't really tell whether it was you. It might have been somebody imitating you. I don't know.
Well, did they sound smart?
Yeah, why don't we have some of the things taken off? There's not that many people around, so have some of them take off and bring them in.
Page.
Yeah, folks, if you're standing in the back, we have a bunch of chairs up here. We over-reserved for handicap, and we're not going to suggest that you're handicapped in any way. The only handicap you'll have is you're closer to the stage. But please come up and sit in these seats and enjoy them. We appreciate it. Thank you. No reason for anybody to stand in the back at all. I'm sorry, Jeff, I interrupted you.
Yeah, sorry. So on debt service, I see that we have a budget of $351,482, which would be reduced by a significant amount of money if the override passes. Could one explain that and what the cost? I've read the book. I see that a portion of that would be used to pay for the town's share of the FEMA, the storm damage. Part of my question is, could you go through that in a little more detail? But I also note that in a different report I read, which was issued by the MVP committee, that the town actually experienced out of the 2018 storm $3.4 million of damage. And how did we fix that other $1.7 million that is not being covered by the FEMA number? So, where was that covered in historic expenses? So
MVP, not speaking for the MVP committee, I don't know where that additional 1.7 came, unless maybe they were adding in additional storm damage from other storms. But as far as this reduction, this is in relation to the emergency borrowing we did last year for the March storm. And essentially, FEMA will reimburse us 75% of what we borrowed, which was $1.6 million. We still are in the process of having, once you actually go out to bid for those jobs, you get your final price. So that's based on an estimate. And our 25% of that could be anywhere between, $400,000 and $600,000, depending on what that final number is. The reduction, if the override passes, is because if the override passes, we're going to spend $425,000. Sorry. $425,000 of that override will go to pay off our portion of that debt. So we're hoping that will be closer to that $400,000. If so, we're reducing our annual debt service payment on that emergency borrowing to the tune of $92,000. So if the override doesn't pass, we're going to have to pay that emergency borrowing down on our own. 10-year borrowing, it's about $92,000 in year one, and it's to the total about an additional $180,000 in interest. So the idea here is that if the override passes, we'll be able to pay off our portion, FEMA will pay off the other portion of that debt, and it will be gone.
So, and the $1.7 million is strictly related to the March 2018 storm, and that is purely town-owned property? It has nothing to do with individual homeowner claims, and those are separate?
Correct. Yep. The March storm there was two storms in March. One was snow, one was the flood storm is
Right.
what we're talking about.
Do you have any idea of how many additional FEMA claims were made?
No, not off, you mean personal property?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that was the last pass that we had on the omnibus article. Yes, sir. Please come to the podium and talk to the microphone, and we'll be able to hear you. Thank you. Welcome. Please identify yourself.
My name is Jeff Lewis. I live at 6 Ellsworth Road in Nahant.
Thanks, Jeff.
And it's a general question, because I think I might have missed. There were a lot of detailed numbers that I couldn't match up with the detail in the omnibus budget. So my question is, did I have a number, $12,876,000 in total without the override?
That I can't tell you, but I bet Brendan can.
I missed the question.
I'm going from here. It says that you're going to spend $12,876,000 if there is not an override. And if you do have the override, then free cash will be spent down to $130,000, and the $600,000 will come from the tax increase. There were so many detailed numbers, I'm just concerned that the overall number didn't change.
The overall, the overall spending number,
Yeah.
with or without an override, it is different. And let's see, it is.
This number's not correct?
Is it that number?
This is the total without.
Yeah.
This will be the total with.
Okay. So without it's $12,876,056, and with the override it's $12,876,056, and with the override it's $13,476,056.
Okay, but so all the detail that you gave, nothing changed the number that's printed here?
There, I believe, and I'm just pulling up there should have been two columns that listed with and without an override and a variance. So if you turn to page 40.
Yeah, that's where I am.
Okay. Is the question, are the motions in line with what was in the book?
Yeah, did the dollars add up?
Yes.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Right.
By the way, we've been joined by Spencer Hask, who is a photographer from the item. He was not a non-voter, but he's on the floor. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Clark Orzali, 23 Pearl Road. Just a question about the override, specifically with regard to those budget line items that have to do with salary that we previously voted to approve. How can it be contingent on the override, especially for those negotiated salaries with union employees? If there's a delta with the override passage, I don't know how I can get there.
Currently, the police, fire, and DPW unions' contract is expiring at the end of the fiscal year. So they signed a 1-year, 1% deal last year. So this override, if it doesn't pass, we have appropriated enough to provide them at most a 1% increase from last year. If the override passes, we have the ability to provide them at most an increase of 2% compared to last year. But those have not been negotiated yet.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the omnibus article? Seeing and hearing none, we're going to take a vote. Now, this is an article that deals with salaries and funding salaries, so we're going to have a yes-no ballot. Could we have the yes-no tellers please come forward? And Mary Lowe, Molly Conlon, Esther Johnson, and Nancy Carey, and Jeannie Fiore. So could you explain to these folks what's going to happen? We're going to do it a different way this year, and I think you're going to like it, but it's going to take a little more time, I think.
Okay.
So Peggy will explain.
So if I could just get your attention for 1 minute. as you know, we're no longer going to check people's hands for stamp. You've been, have a security bracelet on. So, like last year, there is going to be one person who hands out the yes/no ballots. We are going to go row by row. There'll be 2 people working this right side of seated people only, and 2 people working this side of seated people only, meaning the block. We're going to go row by row with no offense to any religion. We're going to do it what's called communion style. So the first row would go, you would be shown a bracelet, you would be given your yes/no ballot, then you're going to stand up, and at the end of each row, the person who's holding the ballot box, you will then insert it. Go around back, come back, sit down, next row, up, same thing. So perhaps it's like passing the hat or communion style. Does everybody understand? Once these 2 groups have been voted upon, we're going to ask you to sit down quietly, and then we're going to do the perimeter of the room, and then we'll do the balcony. Any questions? Okay, so it's a tight squeeze. So just be courteous that we're going to be passing on through each row. Sure, I'll be glad to do that for you. What?
Yes, please come up front and take the seats that are not taken. Don't worry about them being marked as being reserved. If someone comes up and needs handicap seating, we'll take care of them. Thank you very much. I'll give them my seat for that matter. All right, we really appreciate your patience, and we're going to try this out. It certainly will avoid any issues of people that voting that shouldn't be voting, and I think it's worth it to do that. Linda Peterson, could you come up here for a minute? She might be downstairs. There you are. Yes, yes. Emily has pointed out, could I have your attention for a minute? So there have been a number of passes, but there has not been any contest as to what numbers, and there's been no change in the numbers as they were read by Brendan. So this is a vote on the omnibus article, the numbers that Mr. Ward read out. We have to pass this in order to get the town to run next year. And that is what you are voting on. A yes vote says, yes, we will go forward with the omnibus article. As read, a no vote says, we won't.
So there were 2 numbers read. One was the number without the override, and the other was addition.
That's correct, yeah, but that's contingent on the override passing at the ballot box.
It doesn't have to pass in town hall.
It passes. If it's passed at the ballot box and you've passed it contingently on being passed at the ballot box, then it's passed both places. Okay?
So my question is, for people who want to vote against the override, would they then have to vote against the entire omnibus?
It's in the ballot downstairs. The ballot's going all day long.
So it no longer has to pass in two places?
It will pass.
You're sure? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready to go or not?
Yeah, go, please.
All right, let's go.
Go.
Well, basically, what we're saying is that the omnibus article, the article,
Good luck.
which everything is has to pass. So if the omnibus article didn't pass, then we wouldn't be able to appropriate those funds. The way that we have this writ up, similar to 1999, I can show you. I actually have a copy of it. Is basically it's a contingent upon the passing of this. This article has to pass. Downstairs, you vote yes or no.
Emily, about it this way. What you're voting on downstairs is money. It authorizes us to increase our taxes and raises money. That's part one. Two, what we're voting on now is how we're going to spend the money. We don't vote to spend it. That makes sense?
You're saying you want to have one vote on. But it's different where at the ballot box you're voting specifically yes or no whether you want it. Here you're voting yes or no on passing the entire article. And the article is in either form, exactly.
And the key differentiator is that the vote to raise the money is separate than the vote to spend the money. So the vote that we're
I get that.
Yeah.
I just had
I don't know that it was done right the last time they did it, because I think you're going back to where there was a difference.
Also reserved.
Correct. And
So I'm sorry to, nobody else seems to.
No. We had a lot of discussions about that because I thought. Remember, I kept saying that to you. Like we had a lot of fights about that.
Hi, how are you? Mr. Mark, there's a couple of there's some
Attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to make an announcement, and I'd like to, thank you. I'd like to clarify that the poll workers will come to you, all right? As I stated, we're doing the quadrants of the right side and the left side. We will then get to the people who are along the windows and the walls, as well as the balcony. So don't come to us, we'll come to you.
And I'd like to mention also that I realize we have a lot of seriously holy people here, but don't approach the person who's giving the voters out with your tongue out. Don't do that. They'll misinterpret.
Again, if I could have your attention. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If you have cast your ballot, your paper ballot, sit down, please, so that we can get to the remaining people. Thank you.
But he said he would stand up.
When this is all done, hey, here, I can give you their prize if you want. Wait a minute, let me just give you your prize and then you don't have to worry about it. Okay.
There's some concern from the voters that the people they're milling around too much. Could you address it and ask them to sit down if you voted?
Ladies and gentlemen, so we should have lines going around for the vote, but we don't want to have people wandering around because it just creates confusion. So while you're voting, please get up and go, but go to the vote takers. But let's not wander around aimlessly. We're just adding confusion to the whole process. Thank you. Nobody there. What? Yeah, we're going to count them up here. No, I don't get to vote. What? I won't vote. I'm not. I only get to vote. Seem to be reserved. Those seem to be reserved up there.
Trouble now. Your wife just.
I gotta walk on the stage.
I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a vote. Those in favor, 283. Those opposed, 35. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Great to have over 300 people here today. Really glad to see participation in this whole proceeding. And so we will go on to the next article, which is number 9, Ms. Gardella.
Laurie Giardella. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and/or appropriate from available funds in the Treasury or transfer from available funds a sum of money to operate the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019, or take any other action relative thereto.
Seconded by
I move that the
Ms.
following
Darling.
sum be appropriated for the Water Sewer Enterprise Fund for the
Okay.
fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. Salaries, $409,199. Expenses, $1,080,634. Capital outlay, $60,000. Debt, $830,308. Emergency reserve uncollectible, $40,350, for a total of $2,420,501. And that $1,809,510,000 is raised as follows. Water and Sewer Department receipts, $1,809,510.
seconded by Ms. Zahora. Further discussion on the motion? Yes. You're sorry.
He's never asked him any questions. I said he's never asked.
Good one, Dave.
Jeff, do you want to sit with us?
Sit in your seat.
Yeah, you can sit with us.
Somebody asked if I was trying to take Brian Olmsted's place.
That suggestion was made in several quarters, actually.
So, just looking at the book, Laurie, I see that we need $2,420,000 and change, but we're raising $1,809,000. Can you just explain the $600,000 differential?
Do you want, Debbie will come in to talk to you about that.
Okay, Jeff, basically the $830,000 and $318, I should say, is for debt, and that is raised through a debt shift on the tax rate,
Right.
not through the water sewer rates. But there is also a transfer out for indirect costs that are raised in the general fund for insurance or health insurance or Medicare or the various indirect costs that are appropriated in the general fund that are transferred back to the general fund from the enterprise fund. So if you took the $830,318
Right.
appropriated here for debt, minus the indirect that is raised in the general fund that gets transferred back to there, that's your difference, $610,900.
Okay, so $830,000 is not really being spent because that's already been borrowed.
Well, it's being spent and appropriated in the water sewer fund. It's being raised on the tax rate through the debt shift.
When you say debt shift,
What I mean is the selectmen vote a debt shift each year to
but
raise it.
what's the debt?
What is
it? Borrowing? Have we already borrowed the $830,000?
It is already borrowed.
Correct.
This is
Okay.
the principal and interest payment that is appropriated here.
So for purposes of this, we don't need, for purposes of looking at this, $830,000 is non-cash that we need to raise at the moment. We have to pay back the $830,000. I get that.
And this is how we do it.
Oh, we're paying
But
that back here.
This is how we're paying that back. This is principal and interest.
Okay, so, again, I just don't see it, and it's not clear to me, as I look at this book, how you get there. So we need to raise $2,420,501.
Correct. We do.
We are raising through the sewer receipts, water and sewer receipts, $1,809,000.
Yes.
How do we make up that $600,000 difference?
830 is from the tax rate, from the debt shift that covers this debt. But the indirect, we also transfer from the enterprise fund. These are transfers between funds, Jeff.
Okay.
The 830 gets transferred into the enterprise fund to cover the debt, principal and interest appropriated here from the general fund debt shift on the tax rate. The 219,000 is transferred from the water sewer enterprise fund back to the general fund for the indirect costs that are appropriated in the general fund. So the net is the 610 that you're questioning. It could be clearer in the book. I can understand your question. It's been done this way since we enacted it.
Yeah, well, that doesn't necessarily make it clear.
True.
Okay.
But does it now? Do you understand it?
Not really, Deb, but it's raised.
Let me say, I like to kid Jeff, and but this is your time. I want everybody to understand what's going on to the extent they feel they need to. So I'm not chastising him in any way. I'm just giving him a little razzmatazz, that's all. So, thank you.
Is that what he's confused?
Yeah, that's what he's confused. That's what he's confused.
Is that what he's asking? Maybe I didn't understand.
Right?
Further discussion on the motion.
We believe his question is the $800,000 that shifted from the general fund, which is raised on everybody's taxes, gets shifted from the general fund back into the enterprise fund to pay for the borrowing that we did last year, which you would have seen an increase on your tax bill last year. That was the result of the water and sewer work that we did last year. That was part of that borrowing that we authorized at town meeting. That's raised as a part of the tax rate in the general fund. However, we have a water and sewer enterprise fund which didn't borrow the money. So the money comes out of the general fund, shifts back over to the enterprise fund to pay the debt. Then, because there are employees that are run through that fund, the cost of those employee benefits get sent back to the general fund. That's the $200,000. So the difference is the $600,000 that he's talking about. But it's originally raised as part of your tax bill and not as revenues from the enterprise fund. So you don't pay it as part of your water and sewer rate. You're paying for that debt as a part of your tax bill.
So just one other question,
Yeah?
Brendan. That was helpful. Can the water and sewer fund, the revolving fund, can that not borrow?
I'd have to defer to Jeff Blake on that. I don't know the answer to the legality of borrowing and why it's borrowed as a part of the tax rate versus part of the enterprise fund. And running an enterprise fund, one would assume that it would encompass all of the costs of delivering the enterprise.
Exactly.
However, there is a reason why it is done this way that is far outside of my pay scale. So I'm going to defer to council.
So, and for $48,000, we're going to get that answer from Jeff Blake.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. As Mr. Mussman told you, I am Jeff Blake, and I'm from KP Law. And thank you guys for having me here. And if you may indulge me just a second, Mr. Moderator. I do appreciate you guys having me here, and I have to say this is probably one of the best attended town meetings that I've seen in a very long time. So kudos to your town. Your question was, could the Water and Sewer Commission Department have borrowed that? And my answer is yes. I don't know why it went through the town. It's not uncommon to do that, but yes, in my opinion, it could have been done.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, Jeff,
Thank
just so you know, the general fund can pay expenses that are associated with an enterprise fund, but you can't do it the other way around. Does that make sense?
Could you say it again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Expenses associated with an enterprise fund can, in fact, be paid through through a general fund if you choose to do it that way. You just can't do it the other way around. You can't have an expense that's associated with general fund and then have the water sewer enterprise fund pay
sure.
for it.
Yeah,
Okay?
that makes perfect sense,
Okay.
right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff knows I'm only joshing him. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, we will take it to a vote. Unfortunately, this motion included a portion for $409,199 of salaries. And so we have to go through the proceeding that we did before. Every time we have a salary article, we have to do a yes-no vote. So we're going to have the yes-no tellers go through again. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that seemed more orderly than the last time we had that thing. And I think this might be a better way to handle the yes-no vote. But we need to have everybody stay in place and follow the line around and get your votes and put them in the collectors. Yes? No, there's one or two. Number 11 has got also a line of salaries, yeah. Not easily. I think we could do it by acclamation, but I think we have to just go. So we're going to have two more of those, and then I think that should be probably it for the day. So please handle your tellers with care. And
One of the poll workers would like something addressed. Yeah, can you just ask these guys who are standing here, this seat's here.
yeah, gentlemen standing in the back, could you come in and sit down, please? Yeah, you guys. Come in and sit down, please. Come sit down. Yep, everybody standing in the back. Come in and sit down so we can have you all as part of the voting contingent here. Anybody in the back standing, are you voters? In the doorway, are you guys voters? Come in and sit down. We got a bunch of chairs right up here. You get the best seats in the house. Please come in. Please come in, yeah. Come on, sit right up here. There's a whole bunch of seats right up front.
I
Go
think
ahead.
we got it this time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Well, have them sit right up here. I'll ask them.
Oh, but this is Nahant. Nobody would take any first. No, it's just a straight majority vote. Oh, I don't know if somebody, you can move it. You can move it. I really don't take a position on it. I think the vote is valid either way, but I can do it by standing vote a lot faster than doing this. But whatever the people want to do, I'll do.
It's good.
You're still living in town. So, you get shift. What are you doing?
Running the fire academy.
In Stowe?
Yeah. Really? In Springfield, yeah, I got a campus out there, and I'm opening a new campus in Bridgewater. Yeah. I'm responsible for all the recruit training in the Commonwealth. Yeah.
You were a call player.
Yeah, still there.
I mean, that's pretty striking that service would, early in the morning to be selected for the fire as opposed to somebody.
But I had
right,
but I had credentials. I had credentials with it. I just didn't walk in.
No.
Yeah. Plus, I taught out there for 10 years.
You what?
I already taught, so I was a known entity.
All right.
So that was.
Well, when did you teach out there?
I started teaching out there in 2009. Yeah.
It's quite a commute.
It is. It's an hour in the morning, an hour and a half back at night. But it's okay. I'm just telling these guys, everybody calls me sir all day. Right? Right? Everybody calls you Mr. and this is whatever. So it's a different elevation. I get to put on the drill instructor hat and teach life lessons occasionally. But it's fun. It's fun.
You got a classic campaign hat like a Marine?
No. I don't go that far. I wouldn't say no to asking.
Go to the back wall.
That's okay. It's more important. Yeah. Other grandkids?
Well, it would have.
Yeah. She's got a 2-year-old now. She just moved around the corner there. So.
I don't know what the question is.
And Sam we just got back from California. He's a civilian employee of the Navy doing underwater robotics.
Right, engineer.
Yep. So he worked down in Newport, just about to closing a house on the west side of the bay. Hey, David?
I don't see it. Just a minute, I gotta check this out. I looked at it, I thought it was a motion you could make, but I don't see it. So let me check it out with this. This is governed by this, and this doesn't have that. Well, I don't know whether it's a. I don't think that is.
It's not alone.
No, what we're looking for is, there were people out back asking if they could take the wetlands question, which is 20-something, and take it out of order. They're just trying to figure out what they can do. Just a messenger.
What do you want to do and why?
You're doing great. You're doing great. Did you get a raise? No. You should ask for a raise, Molly.
The next vote.
Okay, well, it's coming up real soon.
Yeah, but that this also says if it's just jockeying for position. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a vote. Those in favor, 285. Those opposed, 13. The motion carries. So we go on to Article 10.
Article 10, I move that the town vote to appropriate from retained earnings in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund $30,000 to pave roads and sidewalks throughout town, including all costs and incidental or related thereto.
Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. Further discussion on the motion?
This article is for the Water and Sewer Department when they rip up a road or tear up a sidewalk to repair the water mains or sewer lines, to repave it afterwards instead of the town side of the budget paying for it like it used to.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's easy for me to say. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 11, Ms. Giardella.
To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and/or appropriate from available funds in the Treasury or transfer from available funds, including retained earnings of the Rubbish Enterprise, a sum of money to operate the Rubbish Enterprise Fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019, or take any other actions relative thereto.
And the motion?
Yep. I move that the following sums be appropriated for the Rubbish Enterprise for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. Salaries, $58,581. Expenses, $398,300, for a total of $456,881. And that the $456,881 is raised as follows. Rubbish Department receipts, $444,450. Retained earnings, $12,431, for a total of $456,881.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take a vote. But unfortunately, we are going to have go to communion once more time here. So, it takes a little while, but I think this is gives a lot more control than we have with so many people in the room and so many people in the peanut gallery as well, that this is a good proceeding, and I appreciate everybody's forbearance. And I again ask the people in the back to sit down just for the sake of the thing, and I think that'll be the last time you have to sit down. So thank you very much. The tellers, please proceed.
John had the same question, and we scurried this morning to find the answer.
I wanted both of you in it. I did. I said, no, they both got to be in it. I
knew you'd all work it. No, it was just mom. But no, because last time she was in all by herself. I said, you were sticking the down by herself. She was by herself. I said, no, Ellen and her got to be together. It's nice.
I like your scarf. Oh, thank you.
Hi, Diane.
So there are different requirements for health.
Hey, baby, they're getting it.
Yeah.
It's working. Good job. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you for your marathon 3 years.
Trying to be
right?
as objective as I could be.
I can tell you because you understand, I really spent this year, I knew I'd be in trouble. I tried to spend this year educating the other two that you can't just ride around and call each other and meet each other. It has to be an open meeting or you violate the open meeting law.
Right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
May, June, July, August last year.
Very well. I heard great things about you.
But they're getting it. You got to stop the emails.
Yeah.
They're against the law. I went to KP Law. They're against the law. Tony's in charge.
Right.
The Town Administrator Act was a good thing.
Enable him. Yeah.
Get him going.
Yeah. No, I think he's going to be great.
I don't like that we have
He will.
they should have been going.
Yep.
They should have been going against each other.
And he'll do well because I think honestly, we've not had that strong leadership in the Town Administrator for a long time. He will be there. He's going to be good.
Yeah, no, I think
He'll
you're
be
right.
meeting with you regularly.
Yeah.
So by the time the budget comes next year, it won't be end of January.
Smooth sailing.
Should be.
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
our blood sugar is like, would you like some? I don't really either. Have some. It's like communion, yeah, exactly. You pay for it.
I thought that was a good.
Yeah, well, I can hand them out as people come by. No, keep your blood sugar up. You wouldn't want any fainting. Yeah, see, I knew I'd have to take it.
Come up here if you want. That's what sounding like. And we'll see. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. You don't want any fainting. Keep your blood sugar up. Which one is it?
Hey, Frankie.
You don't want to drive it. There's something good in it, though. You might put it in your pocket for later when you don't have it.
What is it? What are you doing?
Richie's. Huh? Richie's up eating. Enzo's here. Well, we'll wait, I guess. Is he in that room up there?
All the race hell. God forbid.
Tell them to come back after town meeting.
Hey. Depends on what people want to do. Typically, what we do is just take a straight vote. But there are different ways of well, ways to get an accurate count. One is to do a standing count. That's a lot faster than the ballot that's on the ballot, but then people have to show how they're voting. And some people don't like to do that. Typically what we do is take a voice vote, and then if we're in doubt, we're going to do a standing vote, or if somebody makes a motion and succeeds to get a different kind of vote, then we can do that too. Sure. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a vote in favor, 275, opposed, 8. Thank you very much for your vote, and thank you again for your participation. We really appreciate it. So now we move on to Article number 12. Mrs. Ahura.
Thank you. I move that the town vote to appropriate from the retained earnings account of the Rubbish Enterprise Fund the sum of $50,000 for material removal for the improvement of the composting facility, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 13. Mr. Clausen.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate from available funds received from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in fiscal year 2020 a sum of $91,643 and any additional funds hereinafter received from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in fiscal year 2020 in order to accomplish certain highway construction and maintenance under provisions of General Law, Chapter 90, or other state transportation programs.
Seconded by Mr. Fogel. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 14, Mr. Fogel.
I move to approve Article 14 as printed in the warrant.
And that appears.
Good for you.
And that appears on pages 15 to 16 of the Finance Committee report. Further discussion on the motion?
So this is allowing us to amend our bylaws to establish these revolving funds that we establish every year. But if we do it in this way, the status allows us to have it be permanent, so we won't have to do it again. It also allows for these two specific funds to carry balances if funds are unused in excess of the $10,000 limit.
Further discussion? Mr. Mussman.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
You're quite welcome.
I have no problem with the concept whatsoever that you're proposing, John. Mm-hmm. The question I have is at the end of subsection B, the words or any increased amount approved during that fiscal year by the Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee. So we are, as I understand it, town meeting is establishing parameters by which this revolving fund can operate. Mm-hmm. What this language is proposing seems to suggest that forget what town meeting does, the Board of Selectmen can increase that amount. Is that an inaccurate reading of that?
My understanding is that the spending limits that we set that are stated in the book are the spending limits for the year. Right?
So
Tony wants to clarify that.
Those words would be redundant, unnecessary, extraneous, all of those things?
That's a fair point. So Brennan made the good point that these are all user fee generated funds. So it's money that these enterprise funds take in,
correct,
revolving funds take in and then spend. So it's not coming from another appropriation.
I understand, but okay, we as a town are approving parameters, as I understand it, for what the expenditures would be on an annual basis within the revolving fund. Suddenly, the Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee can increase those amounts.
Mr. Moderator, may I? Hello again. Through you, Mr. Moderator, my name is Jeffrey Blake. Your question is this basically a blank check? If you look at Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, which regulates revolving funds, and which you've been adopting your revolving funds under for the last probably a couple of decades, that actually allows for this. So the fact that it's in your bylaw now is simply stating state law.
Okay, thanks.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 15.
I move that the town vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53D, thereby reauthorizing parks and recreation revolving accounts for general recreation, basketball, sailing, tennis, 4th of July, tot lots, playground equipment, and for the Youth Commission.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on the motion?
So again, these... Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
These revolving accounts, again, we do this every year. They're different than the two that we just made permanent in that there's a requirement that the balances carried over from year to year can't be more than $10,000.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 16, Mr. Manady. Okay.
And then slip in.
Sure, Ms. Spencer.
So this is your motion, and then Richie's going to split that, and then I'll read the sub-articles, okay? So if you can just read this verbatim, this article.
I can do that. I'm Lynn Spencer. I'm the chairman of the Community Preservation Committee, and I've been asked to read this article. The Community Preservation Committee has fulfilled the requirements of enabling legislation by submitting community input and holding open meetings relative to the proposals presented under Article 16. The role of the Community Preservation Committee is to facilitate the review of funding requests and to make recommendations to the Advisory and Finance Committee and the town meeting. Only the voters can approve appropriations. The recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee are listed A through I of Article 16 and will be presented individually. The town meeting may accept, amend to reduce, or reject the motion made for each one of the recommendations. Alternative proposals cannot be offered under the Act's provisions, nor can amounts made in the motion be increased. Voters should be aware that in general, the allocation of Community Preservation Act funds based on any future recommendations should have no direct impact on the town's budget or general financial condition. The CPA has its own dedicated revenue source consisting of a local property tax surcharge and state matches from the Community Preservation Act Trust Fund. Funds raised but not spent, including the state match, may be set aside for later appropriation and in accordance with Community Preservation Act requirements. Now, Rich.
And I'm speaking for Mr. Lombard. He was chosen, but I'm speaking for him. I move to subdivide Article 16 in accordance with the town's bylaws.
Seconded by Mr. Lombard. Or was that Mr. Lombard making the motion? I can't figure it out. Let's see. But our Section 8 of our town bylaws says that if a motion is susceptible of division, it shall be divided, and the question shall put separately on each part thereof, if 7 voters so request. If there are 7 voters that are happy to have this divided, would you please stand? I counted 8.5. So it will be divided. Thank you.
Before we go on with the motions individually, I'd like to make a few comments about community preservation and its impact in the town of Nahant.
Thank you. I hope they'll be succinct.
I'm very succinct. See?
Thank you.
Here.
Great. Thank you.
And I'm hoping that Mr. Musman will not raise any further questions on my comments. Just saying.
Now, Jeff, don't take it personally.
So, community preservation has benefited the town in countless ways, from work on the town wharf to playgrounds, from work on town hall to the preservation of public records, to repairs of the housing authority properties. These 3 areas represent the primary areas of funding activity available to this fund: historic preservation, open space and recreation, and community housing. Since the vote in 2004 to establish community preservation in Nahant, which is a 3% surcharge on your real estate tax after the first $100,000 of value, over $5.75 million has been spent on projects in a range of activities, the vast majority related to town-owned or municipal resources. That is a very important point to bear in mind. Of that $5.75 million, $2.79 million has been from the real estate tax surcharge, with a state match of $1.79 million. In addition, over $1.5 million has been invested in these projects as a result of private match requirements, and another $458,000 specifically in additional private monies. So there has been a real benefit in community preservation. The town's specific share on these grants has been just over 38%. So there's real value here. And for those of you who would enjoy some late night reading, the entire history of your voting on community preservation grants is contained in this booklet. So for this year, we have had a record number of 14 applications. We are recommending a total of $400,000 in grants, of which $120,000 has private match components. So it's a real success story, and I really welcome this brief presentation. Thank you, Town Moderator. I'm happy to ask any questions, but otherwise we got some work to do in approving these various recommendations.
Mr. Lombard, I believe, wants to make a statement. A nice brief statement, I'm sure.
I stand before you to just, I'm not criticizing the work the Preservation Trust has done. The problem is, as I look down at the projects, the Preservation Trust, first of all, the percentage used to be 100% from the state matching. And each year it's gone down low. This year it's down to 40%, we think, because we haven't got that final number. So that's a major problem. If it keeps going down, you know, they'll probably increase that 3% to 5% on your property tax, but I don't think that'll happen while I'm here. The problem is now is they're pulling over a reserve of $284,000 into next year, a reserve fund.
And I don't understand, and I've questioned it the night they come up before us, why are you holding a reserve fund of $284,000? You really don't need a reserve fund, because if something happens, we go to a town meeting. You have to have it voted in. But to carry that reserve fund, that could, as you go through these, it's like the basketball court, $160,000. They finally took some money out of the reserve fund and reduced it, but they still have $284,000. And it could fund the rest of these articles, I through whatever it is, the individual. So that bothers me, because Preservation Trust, they really don't need, a reserve fund. If something happens, we used to carry a reserve fund of $75,000. The town has a reserve fund over, what is it right now? Up to almost $98,000. Almost $100,000. So there's a problem here, and I see it. And I think the funding should come out of that reserve fund, and they should carry a zero balance. And I want everyone to understand it. The state is delivering $104,000 this year, and that's 40% of the monies, the reimbursable. I don't know where that funding is going to go in the future years. Only the state legislator knows, but they're getting tight up there, and that will be probably next year down to 30% or 25%. And it gets to the point where, do we really need, and this is 3% right on your tax dollars, right on your real estate tax bill, that extra 3%. So I want everyone to be aware of it. I'd like to see them take the money out of the reserve fund and bring that $284,000 reserve fund down to zero. Thank you.
Further discussion, Mr. Manady. Briefly, yeah. Ms.
Can I
Spencer,
have a moment of clarification?
Sure.
Mr. Lombard has referred to this as the Preservation Trust. It is different from the Nahant Preservation Trust. It is the Community Preservation Commission. So this is not the Nahant Preservation Trust we're discussing.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with respect to Selectman Lombard, I'd like to make some clarifications. With your assistance, would you please turn to page 108 in your booklet? Now, we may be getting ahead of ourselves because we have not approved these individual articles, but I want to actually clarify. The Community Preservation Committee is recommending drawing down some of the general reserve fund, and what is being left in our account is twofold. Number one, we every year have to set aside 10% of the annual funds in three categories: open space, historic preservation, and community housing. Community housing has now built up its reserve to $175,709.95. That is the majority of the balance that Mr. Lombard is referring to. In addition, we had a general reserve of just over $214,000. That is being drawn down by one of these articles to a balance of just over $81,000. And that accounts for that $284,000. We cannot touch the housing reserve, and we feel there's a benefit to having some general reserve.
So, Mr. Manady, please proceed.
Okay, Subarticle A. I move that the town set aside from the fiscal year 2020 Community Preservation Fund revenues for later appropriation $26,700 in the Community Preservation Fund Community Housing Reserve.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Unanimous-ish vote in favor.
Subarticle B. I move that the town appropriate $10,000 from fiscal year 2020 Community Preservation Fund revenues for administrative and operating expenses of the Community Preservation Committee.
Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. Further discussion on the motion?
I would like to discuss.
Yes. Danny,
Yes.
identify yourself. Not everybody knows you as well as I do, but
I'm
Mr.
Richard
Lombard
Lombard.
first? Okay.
She,
Lombard.
she claimed that they're putting aside $175,000 for housing. And if you look at the current housing next to the police station, it's a disgrace, absolute disgrace. And we need to reinvest and clean up, get the Housing Authority involved, and clean up that mess on Greystone Road and Nahant Road. The building's a mess, and the area's a mess.
Richie.
I've asked the Board of Selectmen to meet with the Housing Authority so we can move on this.
Richie.
Yeah.
You're discussing a future article that isn't before the House. We need to keep this tied in. Thank you. I understand what you'd like to have them do, but that's not before the House at the moment. We're talking about item B and Mr. Parapolita.
My name is Dan Perpolitzer. I live at 4 Castle Terrace. One thing on this discussion of the Community Preservation Act, which is not mentioned, if you're over the age, I believe, of 65, you might be entitled to an exemption from the 3%. And as we've just heard from Mr. Lombard, that could be going up in the next few years from the state legislature. We don't know. You really should go down to the assessor's office and speak to Sheila. It's all pretty straightforward and very simple. But I think if you're over 65, or it might be a little bit younger, 63, you might be entitled to an exemption from the full amount of the CPA tax. I just thought you all should know that.
Thank you, Mr. Parapolita. I'll be there Monday morning, 8 o'clock. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor.
Subarticle C. I move that the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow the sum of $400,000 pursuant to General Law, Chapter 44B, Section 11, General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7 or Section 8, the State Public Library Bond Program, or any other enabling authority for the preservation of the historic Nahant Public Library located at 15 Pleasant Street, consistent with the town's application for CPA funding, including the payment of all incidental and related costs, and as appropriate to issue bonds and notes of the town therefore, and further, that any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing by a like amount the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs, and further, that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to apply for, accept, expend any monies that may be made available to the town for such purposes from any public or private sources. And further, that $62,000 is appropriated from Community Preservation Fund FY 2020 estimated annual revenues to pay debt service, principal and interest on the first year of such borrowing.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice.
62,800, excuse me.
Yes, to speak to this?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I'm Sharon Hawks, 332 Nahant Road, and I'm the director of Nahant Public Library. By way of explanation, after many years of deferred maintenance on the building, the Library Board of Trustees and the administration pushed for a plan for the town's historic buildings. Design Associates was hired to assess the outsides of 3 buildings, the library, town hall, and Ellington Chapel. The trustees also convened a library building conservation committee to help advise them. This proposal before you will address outside building needs, including the roof, including a small section of flat roof, the walls, including brick repair and repointing and moisture remediation, the windows and window frames, downspouts and drainage, the bulkhead, which needs to be rebuilt, the terrace, which was in such bad shape that the structural engineers recommended that no one walk on it until its structure could be shored up. I think that beautiful building is worth taking care of, and I hope you do too. On June 1st, in fact, we will celebrate the 124th anniversary of the building and the 200th anniversary of the books that began the library, and I hope you'll all attend. The Board of Trustees is dedicated to finding grants and donations, and we've already begun doing so, to further stretch tax dollars going forward. Thank you to the Building Committee, the trustees, the CPC, and FinCom for their support of this proposal.
Further discussion of the motion? Mr. Taylor.
I have been a member of the Library Building Conservation Committee. We've worked very, very hard. I've missed a few meetings because of other things, but this committee has been nonstop, at least once a month, and they're doing the right thing. And I really think we as a town should support this. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let me just mention that this is a borrowing article, so it takes a 2/3 vote. But there's a funny thing, you know. Oh, never mind. So, those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Wow. Unanimous vote in favor.
Subarticle D. I move that the town appropriate $160,000 for the replacement or improvements to the basketball and tennis courts in the Flash Road recreation area and related site work, including all incidental and related costs, and as funding, therefore, to transfer $112,667 from Community Preservation Fund General Reserves and $47,333 from Community Preservation Fund FY 2020 estimated annual revenues.
Seconded by Ms. Girardella. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Section E. Mr. Manaday.
I move that the town appropriate $5,000 from Community Preservation Fund FY 2020 estimated annual revenues to fund resurfacing of the basketball court for the Johnson School recreation improvements applied for by the town, including all incidental and related expenses.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion? Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. I live on Flash Road, and when I first saw that there was going to be a basketball court, I, of course, could hear basketballs bouncing all night. They've done a great job there. Unfortunately, when they miss a shot, it rolls all the way down. Those of you that go there will see it rolls all the way down almost to my yard. And these kids really need a better basketball court, and I think this is well-deserved. So please support it. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Section F. Mr. Manaday.
I move that the town appropriate $15,000 from Community Preservation Fund FY 2020 estimated annual revenues to fund the Nahant Road softball field for equipment, including but not limited to backstop fencing, equipment locker, and a scoreboard, as applied for by the town of Nahant and all other incidental and related expenses.
Seconded by Ms. Spencer.
I guess I did.
Further discussion on the motion? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Christine Johnson-Licio, 15 Fox Hill Road. I just want to point out, and I so support women's softball, men's softball. I love having the fields down there, but it is a flood zone. So I do have a question regarding any filling or alteration of the leveling of the field as it impacts the neighborhood and our flood zone. In light of our Wetlands Act that may be passed, I think it's important that we are not doing anything that would be in violation of the Wetlands Act. So I have a question as to how we proceed with this, if it's talking about raising the base levels by filling and altering.
Thank you, Christine. We'll go through the standard Concom permit process, but it actually isn't for raising or filling. It's just for the equipment like the backstop, the benches. This is for the women's softball field. And, so if this gets funded, we'll go through the standard process and look for guidance from the Concom.
Okay, because I do think it mentions the baseline and the clay and replacing clay. And so I am concerned about, in terms of drainage, where right now this field is underwater many times of the year. Clay is not as porous as other substances, and our homes flood as a result of drainage issues. So I want to make sure that we're protecting not only baseball, but the neighborhood.
It may be, if we do use some of it for clay, it'll be to fill spots, but no higher than it's already, the level that it's at already. Not to increase the level of the field, but just to backfill spots that have dipped because of that flooding. So.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are making sure we check with the Concom and do the things that are necessary before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Nancy Cantelmo, 31 Summer Street. I would just like to comment and support this. The Heritage Trail, which abuts this territory, is frequently the target of missed balls. And it's been the Boy Scout projects in years to clean up the balls and garbage, but I know that by making the wall better and reinforcing it, we would have less encroachment onto this trail area.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, ma'am. No? Okay, further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. I heard actually they were going to put a diving board on second base, but... All right, sorry. Mr. Manatee.
Yes, Subarticle G. I move that the town appropriate $50,000 from Community Preservation Fund FY 2020 estimated annual revenues for the Town Hall Council on Aging kitchen to fund the renovation of the kitchen and to address building code, health, plumbing, and electrical code related issues, including all incidental and related expenses.
Seconded by Mr. Fulgham. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Mr. Manatee.
Subarticle H. I move that the town appropriate $20,000 from the Community Preservation Fund General Reserves to construct new stairs for Tudor Beach, including all incidental and related expenses.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Carrie Collins, 22 Breezy Hill Terrace. I just have a question. You're talking about the big stairs that lead down, the big, huge ones on Tudor Beach, the ones that are made of like slate or the stones?
No, the granite steps, actually, that falls under the storm damage, FEMA damage report. These are the metal stairs that are further down, I think, across from Winter Street.
Okay, I'm just wondering if maybe someday there might be a railing put on the other stairs. My fiance is disabled and he can't walk down those stairs. And he has a really hard time with the green ones that are metal that are really steep for him. He has 2 braces on his legs, and I just want something that's easier for him to walk down. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yep.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Section I. Mr. Manady.
I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion? Ms. Spencer.
Do you want to join me on this?
This article is to support the any necessary consulting fees to support the preparation of an open space plan that would be acceptable to the state. The town of Nahant has not had an open space plan, an accepted open space plan since 2008. A committee, the formally appointed open space committee was disbanded in 2014 when its chairman was not reappointed and the committee resigned en masse. Since then, there has not been a formally appointed open space committee, and therefore the open space master plan has languished. What is the effect of this? We are unable to apply for a number of grants. So the town administrator consulted with us. We felt that there was a reasonable expectation that a formally appointed open space committee would be established, and therefore a reasonable expectation that having some revenue, a budget for consultants to assist in the preparation of such a plan, if necessary, would be a good idea. Mickey, more to add?
Yeah, so just to add a little bit more, this is up to you. It's not up to the Community Preservation Trust or anybody else. The issue here is whether you want an open space concept. There are 2 current urgent matters for open space that have an open space component. One is the military housing. The latest proposals or what likely will be proposals include a possibility that you'll decide an open space component there. Another would be the municipal vulnerability plan and project where open space may be contemplated by you for runoff and flooding. So what this says is if you don't want to appoint a committee through your elected officials, if you don't want to appoint a committee, the money stays where it is. If you do, however, and the committee decides, I think we need a few bucks to get an expert here so that we can get a plan approved by the state. Otherwise, the state will not give us any funding. On the MVP program may say, listen, this particular funding you're applying for requires a plan approved by the state. You don't have it, you're going to have to take a pass. So by leaving this parked, you're postponing for yet another year all the possibilities of grants that you may have an opportunity to take advantage of. If the committee decides that they do need an expert, but they only need a portion of this money, then a committee would take what they need. What they don't take can be clawed back. Meanwhile, what they're asking is not to leave this $30,000 and have the open space continue to languish dormant. You want to have an open space, but that's up to you. If you want to have an open space, you need a plan. You've got most of a plan. An expert would be needed to get it tweaked so that it can be approved by the Commonwealth. Once it's approved, then you can start applying for grants.
Hi, Paul Spurn, 36 Mayolas Road. And in the interest of full disclosure, I'm a member of the CPC, and Mickey and Lynn are colleagues of mine. And I want to underscore what Mickey just said. We are ineligible for what could be millions of dollars in grants because we don't have an open space plan. Think about that. We don't have an open space plan, and we have shot ourselves in both feet. So the purpose of this grant is to have a small kitty available to the Open Space Committee so that they can get started with this work and move ahead with programs that we really need and funding that we must get. And to be quite candid, I speak for myself, I'm hoping that this lights a fire under the Board of Selectmen and the Moderator, who I believe are the responsible parties for reconstituting the Open Space Committee. And finally, Mickey made a very good point, and that is, if for some reason or other our town administrators, plural, don't respond to this encouragement, then the money will be returned to town coffers. And if the Open Space Committee is reconstituted and chooses not to use the money will return to the town treasury. I really hope that you, as well as the CPC, are cognizant of how important this open space plan is and how this is an encouragement to get the process moving. Thanks.
Mr. Carangelo.
In discussing this article among the Advisory and Finance Committee and doing just a bit more research, with which Ms. Spencer is aware of, there is in fact an existing open space plan that's about 18 or 20 years old, I believe, but actually contains all of the requirements listed by the state for such a plan. Some of it literally could just have the date changed. Some of it may change a tweak here or there in terms of where things are in town versus where they were at that point. But this document substantially is correct with minor tweaks. And I would argue that those minor tweaks are well within the capabilities of the extremely smart and talented people on this committee, at least as a first pass. In addition, the 2 town administrators ago, 3, I lose track. But there was a $25,000 grant for a master plan, which was completed, which in fact could be incorporated with this older one. It has a whole series of extremely lovely drawings and extremely lovely plans. And our discussion around wanting to postpone this article was that it's 2 things. First, it's premature to fund something that doesn't exist, particularly when there are political niceties around it. But the second is we have stuff that already is 90% of the way there, and I would hope that we could use the resources we already have to get that to the level required, and then bring someone in if needed. But it's not that far off from where it needs to be today.
Yes, Enzo.
Okay. To answer some of the questions, I do agree with Ken on this. We did, correct me if I'm wrong, we have spent money in the past for an open space master plan. Our previous administrator, I'd like to know what happened to all that money that he spent on the open space master plan that crashed and burned. Secondly, we do have an open space committee. I've been saying it for the past month, I think, at the selectmen's meetings. I have 3 people. It's a good start. Dave is going to send them out letters, appointment letters. Let's get them going on it. I'm not for or against the $30,000, but you know, it's Paul. You shouldn't have said that we don't have a committee, and it's really up to the moderator. And we did get 3 people. We do have people that are on it that are willing to do it. If there's any other volunteers out there, please step up to the plate.
Mr. Mussman.
I support the Community Preservation Committee recommendation to fund up to $30,000, if nothing else, to update the study that Mr. Carangelo references, or to integrate the master plan that was provided for and for which we spent $25,000, which Mr. Carangelo alluded to. So my question is procedural, which is, do we need to make a motion to amend the...
No, a motion to indefinitely postpone is not amendable.
So
but
we would have to
what has to be done if you want to defeat it is to defeat it. Take a motion, take a vote on it and defeat it, and then make a new motion for what you want to do.
Okay. So I would...
Procedurally, that's how you proceed.
So I would suggest that we move to defeat this motion and to later accept a motion to appropriate the sum of $30,000 from the Community Preservation Fund.
That motion will not be valid. You have to just defeat the motion to...
I suggest we defeat the motion put forth by the Finance Committee. Thank you.
That I can listen to. Yes, sir.
Jeff Thomas, 16 Little Nahant Road. All this discussion has made me curious, and so I'm wondering if someone or someones could elucidate to the less initiated like myself as to actually what an open space is, because right now I have no clue as to which way to vote for this. And what is it about? What you know?
So, may I?
Sure.
So I'd like to address that point, but I'd like to clarify another point, and the one that Ken raised concerning, well, let me just say, it's an open space and recreation master plan. In 2008, there is a very good, well-researched master plan. There are a series of recommendations about the protection of open space and the creation of recreational resources. There are also reams of statistics and open meetings and in public engagement that support that take time. Number two is, on page 100, if you want to refer to your book, in 2014, the town meeting appropriated $25,000 for a recreation study, which really focused on Flash Road and the recreation areas there, but did encompass other aspects of Nahant recreational facilities. That report actually cost $21,002.57, and just under $4,000 was returned to the town. That was a professionally prepared study, which has a lot of valid material that could be used in this updated and integrated open space master plan. The state has a very clear prescriptive description of what is in an open space and recreation plan. And it needs to be comprehensive, detailed, and involve public process.
If you go on our website, you will be able to find the 2008 Open Space Master Plan. I had that put up there. Also, the hazard mitigation plan. Everything is up there. You can look at the 2008 plan, and Ken's right. It can be tweaked. This is not something we need to spend $30,000 on, I don't think. I think it's more that we get the committee up and rolling again, and then they can go for funding for it.
Mr. Ward.
So when we, as the Finance Committee, met with the Community Preservation Committee, we talked a lot about this particular issue. And the concerns that I think have been glossed over, that we haven't really fully articulated, are that as it stands today, this committee isn't currently structured. There's no one sitting on this committee. There is nobody who currently exists as a part of this committee. Our input was, why is it so premature? If there were a committee and there was a plan that was put forward with, these are the consultants we'd like to hire, this is what we would like to spend the money on, we think that would be a much more appropriate resource to put our money on. The previous town administrator that was the part that we had a problem with was spent money in a way that didn't result in any actionable items for the town, and we really didn't get much out of that. So we were trying to avoid a situation where we approved an amount of money to be spent that was to be spent by an unnamed committee that didn't have anyone populated on it yet, didn't have a plan on how they were going to do it, and as we found, had a plan that already existed that needed minor updates. So for that reason, we felt that until such time as someone put forward something with more concrete reasons as to why we need to spend $30,000 to plan and come up with a plan, we didn't think it was an appropriate use of your funds, that you have spent time today talking about whether or not we even need to exist. We feel strongly that the Community Preservation Committee needs to exist, and without it, we wouldn't have a lot of the great projects that we have, and that the money would better be used to spend on something that was more concrete. So that's why we're asking you to indefinitely postpone this until such time as there is a more complete plan.
Thank you. Jim.
James Walsh, 33 High Street. It seems to me that it's been established that we've had a committee here, a committee there. Plans have been developed over different time periods, but we're not there yet. And if we do not close this, and we will potentially lose a significant amount of money that would come to the town of Nahant, that would help us preserve our open space and do a whole bunch of other things. No one is saying we're going to spend $30,000. No one is saying that. No one. If we have all these other plans almost done, almost there, if we can hire somebody to come in for a couple of bucks to say, all right, bring this together and make it acceptable, and let's get this into the state, make ourselves eligible for the assistance we can use, then I think that makes sense. So I think we have to defeat this motion and move on.
Further discussion?
Brendan Baronic Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. Had a question about the $30,000. Now, is that an estimate of what it actually is going to take to complete the report, or is that just a ballpark based upon other reports? Has there been assessment as to, if you potentially use the $30,000, are you actually going to get a usable document that we can then go forward with, or are we still going to be another year out having to spend a little bit more to complete the document?
I think that's well phrased. Spending another year out, I think, is what the problem is. If you vote to defeat the motion to postpone, you're voting to support the next motion, which likely will follow, and to have a discussion as to whether you want to have an open space committee that has sufficient funding for what it decides. But clearly, if you decide to vote no on a postponement so that you can have a discussion as to whether you want an open space committee that's sufficiently resourced to get an approved plan, you won't have a 1-year delay. And I think that's important. Now, as to the issue of what's the money going to be spent exactly on, that's undeterminative. But Jim Walsh's point of, you are not voting to spend a nickel. You are voting to give your resource, your volunteers, whoever they will be on the Open Space Committee, resources if they deem they need it. Now, these are folks we would hopefully trust, but we would say we're going to cap you at $30,000 because we understand you may need expert advice and expert data to get the plan approved. So the likely result will be that the committee, the Open Space Committee, would give detailed receipts as to any expenditures. And of course, like Ms. Spencer said earlier, the money that is not used goes back into the town fund.
Thank you. Mickey, speaking for the second and final time.
Can we
move this along? What?
Can we amend this to, we can't amend it.
You can't amend this. You have to.
No, I'm just amending to say that, upon approval of a committee, that will...
A motion to indefinitely postpone is one way to defeat the main issue. The thing to do here is very simple. Take a vote, defeat the motion to indefinitely postpone, and then bring a motion to do what they want to do. That's very simple. Just go straight forward. Yes, miss.
So how about Cecil Rouleau, 144 Bass Point Road? So
could you
I'm hearing
pull the microphone down a little bit? That's better. Thank you.
Cecil Rouleau, 144 Bass Point Road. So I'm trying to understand this. So presumably by not having a state-approved open space plan, we're leaving on the table millions of dollars in grant funds. Potentially. So what grants exactly would we want to apply for if we did have a state-sponsored open space plan? And exactly how would we make these millions of dollars in grant funds materialize so they wouldn't be just potential?
I think that's a little bit, the motion here is very simple. Maybe if this passes, you can ask that again, but I think that's a little extraneous to this motion. This is motion simply to defeat the motion to indefinitely postpone. So I think we're starting to wander afield, and I think we've heard pretty much all the thoughts on it that we need to hear, but we've got a stalwart member of our community that wants to say something, and I'm delighted to hear it.
Yeah, I'm up here speaking against the indefinite postponement. I'm currently the chairman of the Coast Guard Housing Committee, and I can tell you that they formed our committee 2.5 years ago and gave us zero budget. To Mickey's point, by approving this money, this $30,000 money, it gives any committee that gets formed, or gives that committee that gets formed, an opportunity to start doing something and get their work complete. I can tell you for 2.5 years, thankfully, the selectmen did give us, appropriate some money to us. It was very difficult to get that money. We were, we went out and got some surveys done and was able to do some proper research. So again, I speak in, hopefully we won't indefinitely postpone this. Thank you.
So the motion is to indefinitely postpone. And in order to go forward and change the approach and authorize the money, it's necessary to defeat the present motion. So is there further discussion? I think we've heard pretty much all we can hear on this, and we've got other things facing us. So I would suggest that we take a vote. So those in favor of indefinite postponement signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Point of order. Yes, Michael. Pardon me, you doubt the vote? All right, we'll have a standing vote. So those in favor of indefinite postponements, please stand. You do the right side, I'll do the left. Wow, what a loud bunch. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 32, 34, 36, 39.
Are the 3 men back there in the door frame? That's 61.
I got 30.
Anyone voting back there? No, 61.
I have 39. Thank you very much. Would you sit down? And those are people who are opposed to the motion to indefinitely postpone. We have a vote, ladies and gentlemen. Those in favor, 100 very loud people. Those opposed, 159. The motion to indefinitely postpone has been defeated. That being the case, there is presently no motion on the floor. You can make a motion.
I'm Lynn Spencer. I'd like to make a motion. I'm referring to Article I in your book, page 20. I move to appropriate the sum of $30,000 from the Community Preservation Fund fiscal year 2020 estimated revenues to prepare an open space master plan consistent with the town's request for CPA funding, including all incidental and related costs.
Second by Mickey. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Section J. Mr. Manatee.
Subsection J. I move that the town set aside from Community Preservation Fund FY 2020 estimated annual revenues for later appropriation any other amount not otherwise set aside or appropriated as foresaid to the Community Preservation Fund FY 2020 General Reserve Account.
Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Now we move to Article 17. Mr. Carangelo and/or Perry and/or Brendan.
I drew the short straw.
Long straw.
I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 64L, Section 2A, authorizing the town to impose a local sales tax at the statutory rate of 0.75% on the sale of restaurant meals originating within the town. We strongly
seconded by Ms. Tarmy.
Thank you. We strongly recommend passage of the article for a small incremental charge, which is consistent with every community around us. This will produce roughly $50,000 per year in revenue for the town. The mechanisms to do it are already in place.
The folks out in the hall, I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Carangelo, and he's only about 10 feet from me, so if we could quiet down out there, it'd be appreciated.
There we go. Try again. So again, this is the first new revenue source in years. It's actually been available for a while, but it's great to actually get it in place. The effort to implement is minimal. It's some settings on cash registers at restaurants and catering companies here in town. The Department of Revenue from the state is already collecting taxes. This would simply add to that. The town would get back its portion of those collections per a fixed schedule. There are details in Appendix 10 if you'd like. And if we approve this at this town meeting, the assessments will start in July, revenue will be collected starting in August, and the town will receive its first distribution on September 30th.
Further discussion of the motion? Mr. Taylor.
No. I didn't see it. It's because I'm so thin. This was a law, you have to take this in for a second. This law was passed in 2009. I worked at DOR, I guess that time, I don't know. It was one of my many jobs. But I just want you to know that the DOR data has us, if we had voted on this and accepted this, we would have received between 2009 and current $500,000. This is something that we're moving forward. This is 100% for the town. We don't do much. There are 9 communities left in the state that do not have this. So it's time for us to get there. This is, as Ken said, it's probably between
$45,000 and $55,000 coming our way next fiscal year. It's a no-brainer. So I support this. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 18. Ms. Giardella.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to the other post-employment benefits trust fund, provided, however, that the appropriation approved hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters of the town at an election of Proposition 2.5 override.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen.
This motion is an important motion because it would establish a new trust fund which would be sort of a way to start putting money toward a liability that is accruing each year. We're not required by law to pay into this type of trust fund, but it does look favorably when we're looking to borrow money and to get our rating through Standard & Poor's or Moody's. So I recommend that we establish this fund.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Fulgham, number 19.
I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to the stabilization fund, provided, however, that the appropriation approved hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon the approval by the voters of the town at an election of a Proposition 2.5 override.
Seconded by Mr. Manady. Further discussion on the motion?
So with our vote earlier today, we're in essence a third of the way there. If we approve this article and then the vote at the ballot box holds true, then we will be able to add $100,000 to our existing stabilization fund. It was established in 2010. Over the intervening years, we've funded it with $93,000. A target of a healthy stabilization fund is roughly at least 5% of your total town budget, but it could range as high as 20 or 30%. So we would target a stabilization fund in the range of $500,000 to at least $2 million. So this is just a small step on our way to getting to a point where we feel we need to be. Again, this fund deals or accomplishes three main purposes. It allows us to deal with unexpected, unanticipated expenses. It allows us to deal with large capital expenses or projects. And in doing those two things, it also allows us to potentially improve our bond rating to lower our borrowing costs. You know, currently we have a very high bond rating. It's AA-B, so big A, little a, B, which is very solid. But the rating agencies, you know, can change their mind quickly depending on how we choose to exercise our fiscal responsibility. The other point of this expenditure or of this fund is that it's guarded explicitly by a 2/3 vote at town meeting. So once we put money into this rainy day savings account, it can't come out unless 2/3 of the people at a town meeting elect to do so. So it's a prudent and protected mechanism to ensure our financial stability.
Further discussion on the motion? Yes, sir.
Jeff Thomas, 16 Little Nahant Road. Very quick question. Could this fund include, for example, storm damage to the Howe Road end of Short Beach and its environs?
I would assume so, if it's a town property or a town obligation to repair.
Okay.
Are you asking from the damage from the last storm? That falls under the FEMA money that we borrowed originally after the emergency money that we borrowed. So money is available for that work. This is separate. This is a stabilization fund, like John said, a kind of a rainy day fund.
Okay.
So money that goes into this account wouldn't be used for that work, but we have money available for that work through the money we borrowed from FEMA.
What about future storms?
Well, it would have to be a 2/3 vote of the town. So if we had a strong stabilization account going into those storms last year, yes, the town could have voted to spend some of that money down instead of having to borrow the full 1.6. Unfortunately, it's only at 92,000, 93,000 right now. So the idea here is to set a goal and build it up so that when that moment comes and we need the funds, it's there for us.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 20, Mr. Fulcrum.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $425,000 for the costs associated with the repairs of storm damage and all other incidental or related costs, provided, however, that the appropriation approved hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters of the town at an election of a Proposition 2.5 override.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on the motion?
Again, we've touched on this a bit earlier today. This expenditure relates to the $1.6 million loan that we've already taken out to deal with the March 2018 storm. This $400,000 pays our 25% piece of the total number. The rest will be reimbursed by FEMA once the projects are complete. It's important to note that, as Tony mentioned earlier, we also note that there's an instance where one of the projects came in at $100,000 higher than initially estimated. So we tacked on 25% of that as well. FEMA will reimburse us for the expenditure of every approved project, not just the estimated. So if we're off on the estimates, we're still going to get 75% of the original commitment. So that number stays the same.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Ms. Devereaux.
Thank you, Paula Devereaux for Intervale Road. What happens if the override doesn't pass? How is this funding paid? And how long is the borrowing for?
So since we've already borrowed the money, this year the total principal and interest payment will be $94,000. So that's on the books either way. So if the vote later today doesn't come through, then we're going to have a principal and interest payment of $94,000. So that will over the next 10 years cause us to finance $180,000 in interest on that loan. So the rough payment, this year it's $94,000, but it averages in the range of $72,000 over the next 10 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 21, Mr. Clausen.
I move that the town appropriate $80,000 to pay the cost of paving throughout the town, including the payment of any other costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7I, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and that any premium received upon the sale of any bond or note approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of said note, of such bond or note, may be applied to the payment of cost approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion?
This is the town side of paving and stuff, not to be confused with the one that we passed earlier, which was $30,000 underneath the water and sewer. This would be paving any road in town.
Yes, a question, please.
My name is Ann Bromer. I live at 29 Willow Road. What I'd like to know is if berms that have been broken up from the last year's March storms, I'm referring to those along the golf course that happen to be in front of my house, are included in this paving, request.
I'm not saying that will be directly paved, but under this article, that could be paved and repaired. All right, it depends on what is scheduled with the town DPW.
Because I've asked several times, actually, can this be repaired? And I don't get any answer at all. And it is town property. I never quite figure out what the actual golf course is. I landscape a piece of it just so it'll look nice. But the whole berm, I believe, belongs to Nahant.
It is. It's actually included in the damage inventory of the storm from last year, and we're going through that list with FEMA, making sure that you have to prove that it was not broken a minute before the storm hit. So we're going through that process with FEMA. That is on the list. Once FEMA approves our damage inventory, then we can start putting these jobs out to bid and getting that work done. So to answer your question, actually the money paying for that work will come out of the storm damage money we borrowed, not this article.
Thank you, and thank you for taking care of the golf course. I'm afraid it hasn't helped my game any, but appreciate it. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 22, Mr. Clausen. Mr. Clausen, nice try. It was unanimous. Funny how that works.
MWRA borrowing. I move that the town appropriate $50,000 to pay the cost and repair and or replacing water distribution lines and apparent structures, including the payment of any other incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7I, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, that all or any portion of this borrowing may be obtained through Massachusetts Water Resource Authority, MWRA, and in regards, the selectmen are authorized to execute and deliver any loan or security agreement with the MWRA that may be required in connection with any such borrowing, and any premium received under the sale of any bond or note approved by the vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bond or notes, may be applied to the payment of the cost approved by this vote, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed or paid such cost by a like amount.
Further discussion of the motion? Oh, excuse me, it was Mr. Manatee second that one. Any further discussion of the motion?
Jeff Mussman.
Mr. Mussman.
A surprise.
Always welcome.
Could you tell me, Henry, how long this note is, and do we have a limitation on how much we can borrow from MWRA at 0% interest? And my final question is this something that could have been borrowed by the revolver fund for water and sewer, and therefore not have to be paid back out of town revenues?
That's two parts.
Well,
First part,
three. I think it was
that's
three.
okay.
It's okay.
You can borrow as much as you want to from MWRA. The problem is, by the 10th year, you're borrowing and repaying almost the same amount of money. So it makes no sense to continue to borrow past a certain number of years. The second part is, I've had, personally, not FinCom as a whole necessarily, had the argument that our water and sewer department should be charging extra for maintenance and repair, to have a fund set aside to do what is required to do. What's happened is we did have some money, but what we did with it was to reduce the cost to the residents. When it came to a massive water main break in Lynn, we had to borrow over $1 million. We could have had less than that, but I'm not running the department. I'm only pointing out an error in judgment. Does that answer your question?
Not entirely, but and so I would maybe disagree with you that if I could borrow $50,000 at 0% interest every year, I'd continue to do that, but rather than spend my own money
So it's a 10-year borrowing term. It's 0% interest, and we do have a limit on how much we can borrow. I don't know the exact number. I think it's about $800,000. So we have some authorizations from past years. This additional authorization, we're going to group all those together, and this will allow for us to do some water work on Howe Road, Walton Road, Furbish Road, some hydrant work. It's identified projects on the capital plan for some years now.
Right. But again, would it not make sense? I mean, I'm assuming that $50,000 is going to be paid out of general revenues, if not this year, next year, the year after, whatever. Wouldn't it make sense, if we're spending it on water and sewer, that gets charged to the water and sewer fund out of the box? And we wouldn't require you know, an override to accomplish that event?
I think this is actually paid out of the water and sewer enterprise. I think that's where that debt piece that Debbie was talking about previously, this is paid down through those rates.
Is that true, Deb? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mussman. Further discussion on the article, on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. And again, that was a borrowing, so it was a 2/3 majority, but you guys got that right in your sights. Motion for number 23, Mr. Fulgham.
I move that the town vote to appropriate from free cash the sum of $2,500 for the annual capital assessment used towards fire dispatch equipment maintenance and upgrades, including the payment of all incidental or related costs.
Seconded by Mr. Carangelo. Further discussion on the motion?
So this article enables a standard capital projects fund appropriation. So these funds are money that we owe as part of a contractual obligation to Lynn, who handles our fire dispatch services. So we, as part of that agreement, we commit to helping fund a certain element or parts of the infrastructure, and that charge is the $2,500 a year. So this is a contractual obligation that's earmarked for that expense.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 24, Ms. Giardella.
I move that the town appropriate $58,000 to pay costs of purchasing and equipping a compact tractor and appurtenance fixtures for the use of the Department of Public Works, including the payment of any other costs incidental and related thereto. And that to meet this appropriation, that the town treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7(1), or pursuant to any other, sorry, I lost my place, pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and that any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by the like amount.
Seconded by Ms. Tarmy. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 25, Mr. Manadee.
I move that the town appropriate $70,000 to pay costs of purchasing existing streetlights from National Grid and converting such streetlights to energy-efficient and long-lasting LED fixtures, including the payment of any other costs incidental and related thereto. And to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7(1), or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and that any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Seconded by Ms. Giardella. Further discussion of the motion? Yes, sir.
Brendan Bronk, Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. Had a question about the streetlights. So are we just buying the lights, or are we also buying the poles that go along with the light? And then the other question is that given some of the neglect National Grid's had with their lights, do we get a discount on anything that's deteriorated?
Excellent question. Yes, so actually last year we got an estimated audit from National Grid on the cost of the light to purchase the streetlights, and actually this year we're waiting for a new estimate because every year they decrease in value because of their age. Now your first question is on poles that also have electric wires and telephone wires, we'll only be buying the arm and the light itself. On poles like along Nahant Road, we'll be buying from the street up because it's just a street light. A couple other things I'd like to bring up here is that the Green Communities designation that the town received last year provided the town $130,000 grant. The cost of this project is estimated between $185,000 to $200,000. This cost is going to be offset by that $130,000 grant, plus potential about $23,000 MAPC grant, plus $22,500 National Grid incentives. And so the net cost to the Nahant is going to be about less than $10,000. The potential estimated annual savings in maintenance is about 20 grand, in energy about 17 grand, and total it's about $37,000 annually. So the payback is within a matter of months. So it's an excellent project for the town to pursue.
I've then an additional one follow-up question. So that if we're now buying the lights, does the DPW, or we need to add capacity to actually maintain the lights?
No, we'll actually contract with a maintenance company. We can do that either by joining another town that's nearby that might have purchase lights and have an existing contract. We could purchase the services from Marblehead Light Department, which isn't too far, but we would contract out a private company to provide the maintenance. The other part of the reason we get such cost savings from the maintenance is because the LEDs last so much longer than what we have today.
Yes, sir.
Luke Conlon, 72 Spring Road. I just have to ask on behalf of all the astronomers in town, amateur or otherwise, about the design of the lights. Just wondering if they point down, because a lot of lights don't, and
they do.
Light pollution is a problem. And Nahant's one of the communities where we can actually catch a glimpse of the Milky Way, and I'd like to keep that.
They do. If you take a... They do. If you take a look at the in the appendix of your book, there's some explanation to that. You're going to have less light pollution with the direct lighting of these LEDs.
Thank you.
Dark sky rated lights.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Article 26, Mr. Carangelo.
This is with regard to the timing of the annual town meeting and election. I move that the town vote to amend Article 2, Sections 1 and 2 of the general bylaws and approve Article 26 as printed in the warrant. And what's printed in the warrant means essentially pushing the date of this meeting from the last Saturday in April to the third Saturday in May. So essentially
Seconded by Mr. Manady.
Sorry?
Seconded by Mr. Manady is all I said.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Yes, sir.
Mike Raworth, 31 Summer Street. I agree with the general premise of this proposal, that is to postpone the town meeting until May. I rise simply to suggest that we would be better served, instead of bifurcating the town meeting into elections on this date and then town meeting 3 weeks hence, to move both to the date in May. In other words, I'll read the motion in a minute. The point is three principal points. Number one, if the town election is held in advance of the town meeting, there's going to be an extra postage expense because both will have to be notified by mail. Anyone who suggests that it'd be possible to accomplish both notices in a single mailing is not realistic, because the town meeting warrant book is not going to be ready 4 or 5 or 6 weeks in advance of the new scheduled town meeting. The second reason is that in having the ballot votes in advance of the town meeting, every year we elect a new selectman, and I think it is very much to be expected that there will someday be an occasion where the selectman that's elected changes the weather in the Board of Selectmen. Now, there's a bunch of things that the selectmen do in advance of town meeting, having to do with the warrant. We had a meeting the other evening in which a number of issues were discussed vis-a-vis the town meeting, and I don't think it makes sense to have a possible change in the weather, if you will, in terms of the political tenor of the selectmen during that compressed time frame leading up to town meeting. The third point is that by having the ballot election in advance of town meeting, I think it very much reduces the possibility of having a successful override in the future. And that is because the ballot vote, any override will have to be placed on the ballot at the same time one votes for selectmen and the other town officers. And that means that anybody who attends the ballot vote will be called upon essentially to vote to raise their own taxes without the benefit of any discussion on town hall floor. Any of the discussions that we've had regarding the effects of going with a override or going without an override, and I think it will make town finance very much more difficult as a result. At the very least, any ballot election should take place contemporaneously with the town hall floor meeting or slightly thereafter, as has been done in the past in other ballot overrides. So, Mr. Moderator, accordingly, as to Article number 26, I move that the text in Section 2 that reads, quote, "last Saturday in April," be stricken out and replaced with the following text, quote, "third Saturday in May."
There's a motion to amend.
A motion to amend.
There's a motion to amend, and you're going to get it to us in writing. So, who's going to speak first?
Go for it. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Beretta.
Thank you.
Speaking on the motion to amend. The motion to amend is now on the floor, so we're speaking on the motion to amend.
Okay. So can I reference the original?
Of course.
Okay. The original intent of this article is budget process related. Nothing to do, in fact, with the election day of the town. It's to do with the town meeting date. The reason for that is because the Division of Local Services actually in 2015 had performed a financial operations review of the town and recommended, some other towns have 2 town meetings, we only have 1, and most towns that only have 1, they do it in late May or early June. The reason for that is because we don't get our state revenue or state aid information until later in the year. So right now we are budgeting on estimated revenues from the state, and by moving this to later in 3 weeks later, it'll give us that opportunity to get that information and have a better budget process. And to the 3 points raised by the resident, we did consider postage. There would be 2 postage, but Article 1 is for elections, and so we're not too concerned about the cost of that postage because it could be simply done by a postcard. It wouldn't require, the large book that you get now. The second, then you would still receive this book 3 weeks later for this town meeting. The second point was about the change in the political balance of the Board of Selectmen. So by that time, the warrant would already be established. The Board of Selectmen are residents here voting at town meeting just like the rest of you, so it wouldn't really matter that they may have changed at town meeting. It's your vote, it's the entire town vote, not just a board vote. And lastly, to the date of which you have an override, the Board of Selectmen decide when you want to have that. We could have had the vote on the override a month ago, today, a month from now. So it's not required that you do it the same day as the rest of those elections.
I have to say, the town council has raised a very important question, and I can't really answer to it. And that is, has the motion to amend been seconded? Okay. Yes, sir. Did Mr. Crangelo, did you want to? Yes, sir.
Yes, Tom Costin, 369 Nahant Road. Mr. Raworth also brought up the point that the weather changes. And I did want to point out to everybody that it can get hot in May, the third week of May. And I hope that something that we vote on in the third week of May, we don't have to come back for a special election in December.
One thing.
Sure.
One other piece of information that I didn't get to mention was that there's this other alternative benefit of separating the two, is that your poll workers don't have the ability to participate in town meeting because they are busy downstairs working the polls. So they are missing portions of this meeting. So it's somewhat of an alternative benefit to having them on different dates.
Yeah, I think I do. I don't know.
Yes, Chris.
Quick question. I just want to make sure that it doesn't fall ever on Memorial Day weekend. That would limit our ability to participate in town meeting. I know sometimes it falls early, so I just wanted to make sure we were okay with that. Have we checked the date? Okay.
I mean, Memorial Day is always the last weekend, isn't it? I think.
I'm trying to do the mental computations, but I'm at a loss.
I'm embarrassed to say, I think Memorial Day is always the fourth Monday.
It's the last.
This will be the third Saturday, so it shouldn't conflict.
Monday.
So,
The last Monday, excuse me.
Yeah. Yes.
Judy Walsh, 33 High Street. I question what the cost would be of having the election on one day and town meeting 3 weeks later, what the cost of postage, notifications, et cetera, would be to the town, and whether it's worth it to do that rather than having them be on the same day?
Again, we're not too concerned about the additional cost of the postage because it could be pretty minimal. Certainly there might be additional costs with the services of police and fire being here and helping us out. But again, the original intent of this article is to move town meeting date later. So I guess, whether the town wants to decide whether to move election day with it is up for discussion.
We are going to hear, on a rare occasion, from our esteemed town clerk.
So I'm a bit nervous. I wasn't prepared to speak on this, but over the years it has proven very difficult to have an election simultaneously with town meeting. These two events are extremely labor intensive, and they both deserve a lot of attention. it has come to my attention from my boss, the Secretary of State, many times in conversations as to why we continue to do that. I could be wrong. Some of you out there with a very fast iPhone may prove me differently, but I think we are the only community in the Commonwealth that do this. It's a bit of a conflict, like they were saying. You've got election workers that cannot participate. Are they disenfranchised? Somewhat. I would think that everybody would want their full attention to be able to come to these events individually. That's what I've got to say on it. I do believe they should be separate. I would not want to go along with what Mr. Raworth. I do not support what Mr. Raworth wants. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir.
Yes. Daniel Berman, 44 Spring Road. I appreciate the issues and conflicts that led to the proposal, but 2 points. First, if the month begins on a Sunday, then the third Saturday would fall on Memorial Day weekend, because the day after if it starts on a Sunday, you'll get 3 Saturdays immediately before you get 4 Mondays.
You've calculated something that burned my entire brain out, so I appreciate that.
So I don't know how, I mean, there are months to begin on Sunday once or twice a year, or sometimes 3 times a year, so I don't know how often that would be a risk. Perhaps we could put in a contingency, could make an amendment to make a contingency for that. But second of all, a more substantive question is, at the time that if the election and the town meeting were separated, with the election preceding the town meeting, at the time the voters are facing the question, should they support the override, how much detail would they have in front of them as to what the money would be used for? Because they wouldn't have the warrant wouldn't be done yet.
Yes, Ms. Tarmy.
I just checked my phone, and already through 2027, it does not interfere. It's always on the, it'll be fine on a third Saturday. It doesn't come anywhere close to Memorial Day. And that's through 2027.
Well, I don't mind sacrificing my brain for that information. So, further discussion on the amendment. The current amendment would change the language. Okay. So at the present time, if you look at page 25 of the FinCom, Section 2 has it amended so that it says, the annual town election shall be held on the last Saturday of April of each year. And the amendment that Mr. Raworth has proposed says, the annual town election shall be held on the third Saturday in May of each year. So basically it's putting the election on the same day as town meeting. That is the amendment that's before the House. So those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. So now we vote on the main motion, which leaves the ballot vote on the last Saturday of April, but moves the town meeting to the third Saturday in May. Further discussion on that motion? Yes, B.
B. Rogers, 44 Pearl Road. I just wonder if, 2027 seems really far away right now, but really it isn't. I wonder if it would be possible to either put in a contingency or to, instead of saying the third Saturday in May, to say the Saturday before the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend, or something that would protect us from the issue that was raised about having it coincide.
I wonder whether it might not be easier just to look at the 28 and see whether it's going to be a problem, and if it does, bring it up rather than trying to mess with the language. I think clarity is really in order here. Yes, sir.
Jeff Bigler, 8 Little Nahant Road. If you look at 2022, that's a year when the month starts on a Sunday, as a previous gentleman mentioned, and Memorial Day is not the fourth Monday in May, it's the last Monday in May.
Right.
And so when the third Saturday can never be Memorial Day weekend because there are always 4 weekends minimum in May. And if it starts on a Sunday, if you look at 2022 in your iPhones, you'll see it that Memorial Day is the 31st. So the third Saturday is protected. It can never be Memorial Day weekend. We're safe with that.
I'm astounded. I feel like going into the wonderful song, If I Only Had a Brain. So, further discussion on the main motion. Seeing and hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We now go to Article 27. So I see we've got a lot of people standing in the peanut gallery upstairs. Would you come down and join us on the, we have plenty of empty chairs, and you can come down and sit on the stage. It would be easier, I think, for you and for us to take care of any votes. Hey, how you doing? I don't blame you. Mr. Carangelo. The time limit is in our bylaws. It's 10 minutes, except only the first time and with nobody waiting to, 10 minutes is maximum.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Per person?
Huh?
Hey.
That's it. If it turns out that let's have order in the House, please. Again, anybody who's standing, wherever you are, please come up on the stage. We've got plenty of seats, and we want you comfortable. So, Article 27.
I move that the town vote to repeal in its entirety the wetlands bylaw adopted at the August 27, 2018 special town meeting.
Seconded by Mr. Ward.
We recommend repeal of this bylaw. Since August, we have more complete information than we had at the time of a recommendation for that special town meeting. Hearing public discourse on the bylaw and with further clarifications of the proposed regulations, the committee has strengthened and changed its assessment. The bylaw's additional requirements and duplicative rulemaking create an undue burden on Nahant homeowners without practical new benefits to the town. Specifically, the bylaw affects hundreds of homeowners already within protected areas by instituting a new set of regulations and bylaws that would be the pink zone, in addition to the new homes, the 77 or so in the yellow zone. 2, there is no guarantee whatsoever that the bylaw will do anything to change Northeastern's plans. 3, the bylaw does nothing to address properties at higher elevations than the new yellow zone, and part of the rationale for the bylaw is to control flooding, downhill flooding, basement flooding, and other types of flooding. We live in a 1 square mile ecosystem with 2 major hills, and water flows downhill. 4, words in the bylaw like credible, unacceptable, significant, and adequate are by definition open to interpretation. The Conservation Commission decides what these words mean and how they apply. If there is a disagreement, the recourse is Superior Court, not currently the DEP, which is the first step. In addition, while between August and as part of this budget process, despite assertions to the contrary, additional employees were requested by the Conservation Commission in support of this, which was not part of the initial discussion at all. We also have concerns with private organizations who are influencing, funding, and acting as proponents in one direction or another and influencing the Conservation Commission. And with that, there's more to go. There are 12 people in line already, and I am going to step aside and let that discussion begin.
Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Michael Manning. I live at 12 Fennel Way. I rose to speak in the August special town meeting as well, and I thank the Advisory and Finance Committee for their consideration of this issue at this meeting, and I hear many of my own rationales repeated in their argument now that I put forth on that night. But it was a very hot night. It was very packed. And again, it was a very close vote. I love Nahant. I support wetlands protection. I support environmental protection. I helped found SWIM along with Polly Bradley, Bill Coffey, and numerous other members of town and members of Northeastern University who helped us enormously in making sure that Nahant was successful, in making sure that when even people like the state DEP and the Environmental Protection Agency said it was okay to discharge primary treated sewage. That's sewage where you simply strain it a little. You can dump the rest in the ocean, and they were preparing to do that off of Nahant. Nahant, SWIM, and Northeastern were all successful at making sure that we were ready to bring that to the attention of everybody who would listen, including a federal judge in court in Boston who sided with the communities and other people who demanded that we get the same protection other waterways get and demand that sewage be at least secondarily treated before it's discharged. There are a number of reasons why this local wetlands bylaw does nothing other than add an unnecessary level of bureaucracy in a small town where things can be handled far more amicably. One of the constraints that were forced upon us by this bylaw was in particular the appeals section. The appeals section requires that you go to a division of Superior Court where, by virtue of your appearance there, you are, as a homeowner in Nahant, automatically a second-class citizen. That is, that the instructions of the court are that any finding of the Conservation Commission, which is being appealed in that hearing, the Conservation Commission is taken to be experts in the subject. People who know far more than any town homeowner or their advisors or lawyers or consultants or experts, and that you have to propose in a preponderance of scientific fact that the Conservation Commission has made an error. It's not exactly a level playing field. For that reason alone, it puts an onus on property owners that shouldn't be there. There are many times where property owners have had disagreements with the Conservation Commission and successfully appealed them to a non-judicial advisory board before DEP to have these kinds of things settled without a large expense. Those sorts of things should be preserved. They encourage the discussion that should be had between a government and property owners in trying to get to what is the right thing to do at the right time to make sure that we are all protected. I hope that you all vote to support the motion put forward by the Advisory and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Alice Court, 7 Valley Road. I'd like to express my concerns about this article. At the Thursday Selectmen's meeting, I spoke at the Citizens Forum about this discussion, but as of 10 a.m. this morning, my comments are not included in the online videotape of the meeting. Only the first part of the meeting with the FinCom and the moderator is shown. I am dismayed by the commentary in Article 27. Notably, it was changed when he read it today. In the rest of the warrant and in commentaries in all previous warrants I have read, Nahant citizens were given factual and objective information on the issues at hand with an understandable recommendation from the FinCom so they could make their own informed decision and vote accordingly. The commentary in the warrant printed this one is completely different. It's an opinion piece with unsubstantiated descriptions, speculation, inaccuracies, and innuendo. For example, the statement, quote, "The bylaw's onerous requirements and duplicative rulemaking create an undue burden on Nahant homeowners," end quote. Where is the evidence that this bylaw is onerous or duplicative? As far as I can tell, in 7 months under this bylaw, one homeowner had to submit a permit request, which was approved. In comparison, Articles 19 and 20 that we've already discussed talk about the need for a stabilization fund and passage of the override, an item that increases the taxes of virtually all homeowners on Nahant. But nowhere did I see the use of the word onerous. Don't get me wrong. Although higher taxes are to me an unpleasant occurrence, I am in support of the override for the good of the town. And I believe we must do unpleasant things at times in support of this very special place. But in Articles 19 and 20, we are presented with appropriate facts only. My point here is that for Article 27, the use of onerous when one homeowner had to file one permit request in 7 months is one example showing that this piece is an opinion and not facts. Regarding point number 1 of the commentary, quote, "The bylaw affects the hundreds of homeowners already within the protected area, not just approximately 77 properties facing new regulation," end quote. It may include those other properties, but we have been told that no additional permit needs to be filed for those other homeowners. So this is misleading, as the bylaw does not have an additional effect on those homeowners. Regarding point number 2, there is no guarantee, quote, "There is no guarantee whatsoever that the bylaw will do anything to alter Northeastern University's plans," end quote. Based on the 2 presentations to the town, we know that 1, a large building on the top of East Point was planned from the beginning, so the bylaw did not force them up there. Number 2, in their second design, the architect indicated that they were limited because of the bylaw. And number 3, based on their response to our questions, they make absolutely no guarantee that they will not expand or build further on any other parts of their properties. So they already have been affected. There may not be future guarantees, but don't we still want to try to protect Nahant as much as possible? Point number 3. Point number 3. Point number 3. Allegedly, this bylaw will be challenged because it doesn't involve all the high elevations, but other towns have similar bylaws, and as far as I am aware, they also have higher elevations that are not affected. And the state has apparently approved these bylaws as legitimate. So this seems to be opinion, not fact. Point number 4, where is the documentation to support the statement, quote, and this one was also changed upon this current reading, but in the warrant it says, quote, if you disagree, your only recourse is several years and tens of thousands of dollars of legal fees in Superior Court, end quote. I believe this statement is meant to alarm and frighten. At Thursday's meeting, after I spoke, Mr. Carangelo spoke. His comments also are not available on the town website now, as of 10 this morning. He said he wrote the discussion, and this statement is based on anecdotes that he heard from some people with whom he spoke and some of his personal experience. I'm from the medical field. In the medical field, we have learned that one should not make important decisions based on anecdotes, but instead on facts and careful, objective analysis. Clearly, Nahant homeowners who are impacted will have had the opportunity to work with the Conservation Commission to resolve their design plans to the good of their neighbors and the environment. I believe this statement, as printed, is a fabricated worst-case scenario stated as a definite fact. Where is the alternative worst-case scenario for us to weigh this against, such as, if the bylaw is repealed, Northeastern will decide to add to the lower areas now in the protected yellow zone a 10-story parking lot, student dorm, and hotel facility for the conference attendees being hosted at its massive East Bluff showcase. Are we all meant to use our scary imagination and state it as fact? I think that's wrong. Feeling passionate about an issue is fine, but it should not be permission to spread misinformation and attempt emotional manipulation. Nahant citizens deserve the respect to be given accurate information in order to make informed decisions. Let's work to protect the environment of this very special place in every way we can, and please vote no on Article 27 to keep the wetlands bylaw. Thank you.
Mr. Carangelo.
Yes, to clarify, in terms of the onerous nature of this additional bylaw, as stated on Thursday, and I'll say it again here, it is an 11-page bylaw. It has 16 pages of regulations. It carries with it new types of criteria, new types of inspections, new types of ways of evaluating property that were not in place before the bylaw was passed. That is more, and it is different, and thus it's a burden by definition. Well, the 77 homes in the yellow zone, well, the 77
The person who has the floor will be able to talk. We don't need any further comment unless you're somebody on the floor in the regular order. So let's try and keep this in control.
Thank you, David. The existing homes in the pink zone may go through the same process as they did before, but they are subject to these new regulations. So you may fill out the same form, but you have additional criteria and additional inspections, et cetera, under the new regime. It's not the same, it is more. In terms of the higher elevations question, again, there's lots of communities have these zones in place, and lots of these communities are not 1 square mile. If you draw the line between any two of these zones, it's going to be very short. So if, on the one hand, we're going to claim that Nahant is this special, unique geographic, and human place, then fine. Then don't, in the same breath, say, well, then we should treat it like Revere or Lynn or Saugus when it comes to its ecology. As far as the Superior Court costs, frankly, I'm offended is too strong a word, but whatever. The assumptions and assertions around the length of time it takes to run through Superior Court and the court fees, costs, and attorney fees involved were the result of conversations with attorneys, with people who have been through Superior Court and Land Court, with people who are attorneys who are, for instance, on the Finance Committee. These are not random Joe-on-the-street interviews. They were based on the best available facts and expertise in-house. And regarding the scare tactics, I commend you once again on raising the Northeastern Hotel and Casino as the worst-case scenario on the other side.
I did not say casino, so I...
No, that's coming in the next one.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Pete Barber, 22 Emerald Road. I'm just glad I made it up before Jeff Mussman. Sorry, Jeff.
We've established that's no small feat.
While this bylaw may be duplicative in many cases with the State Wetlands Act, it also has differences and provides more protection. And while it may be, as you say, create undue burden on homeowners, I believe it's also going to protect homeowners. If we had this bylaw 10, 20, 30 years ago, maybe some of the devastating flooding and damage that we've experienced in the past few years would have been minimized, or maybe not even affected some of us at all. These bylaws are put in place to help protect us. While the expansion project proposed by Northeastern may have been the catalyst for this bylaw, regardless of its effect on Northeastern, this bylaw, it's not diminished, and it has not diminished the need for one. Look at the many other coastal towns that have them. They're not fighting Northeastern, but they've enacted wetland bylaws to help protect themselves and improve their environment. The FinCom points out in their recommendation in our warrant book that the bylaw does nothing to address properties at higher elevations. I agree, and it should. There's nothing that says that we can't make changes to this bylaw. Work to property done by friends and neighbors may have impacts no matter where they're located, and it should be on all of us to minimize and eliminate negative effects we pose on each other, our properties, and our town wetlands. The FinCom states that the 100-foot protection zone is arbitrary and discriminatory. I think that's a stretch. 100 feet is an extension of the current defined zones and is neither arbitrary or discriminatory. But again, if the bylaw can and should, I believe the bylaw can and should be changed to include all of Nahant, and then the burden's on all of us. The bylaw specifies Mass Superior Court as a sole way to appeal. That's the case with all bylaws. Any bylaw we have in town, you need to go and appeal it to Superior Court. And while not the most prudent body to appeal to, it's the law, and if we want to change it, we have to do it on the state level. FinCom points out that the existing enforcement mechanism is ad hoc, that if someone on Concom or the building inspector sees something or a neighbor complains, and that's how a violation gets detected, good or bad, that's how it happens. Currently, the building inspector and the zoning board of appeals are the folks that are out there and see when people are building illegally. To improve this mechanism, I believe the town should have an environmental agent or a conservation agent like most other cities and towns do, and the permitting process can help pay for this position. I've recently heard personal attacks against members of the Concom, FinCom, Board of Selectmen, and individuals about this bylaw. While we can all have differing opinions, we should not make this personal nor insert hatred. No one is making money on this bylaw or seeking power through this bylaw. They are all just trying to do what's best for Nahant. I can tell you from someone who has sat on town committees every year since 1995, you don't volunteer to sit on a town committee to make money or gain power. You do it because you love the town. If you want to enhance your bank account, feed your power ego, or sling mud, run for Congress. Finally, this bylaw, like many others, is certainly not perfect. I sit on the Zoning Board of Appeals, so I know firsthand how imperfect our bylaws are. And though not perfect, this bylaw is a huge step and a start to a better one. It will be harder to enact a new bylaw than to make changes to this one. Let's not throw the baby out with the wash. I urge you to vote against this article and keep our wetlands. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Sarah Christie, 66 Ocean Street. I've been disheartened to hear some people characterize the wetlands bylaw as something that hurts some people in town. I believe that such a statement incites needless fear, and the facts don't support it. I live in the red or pink zone. My property has had restrictions on it since well before I owned it. If my neighbor were to design a building project, I would feel safer in knowing that the Concom had a chance to review their plans to make sure that they weren't making changes that could potentially divert water onto my property that could cause damage. I would be pleased that the Concom could work with them to help them realize their goals without harming my home. By the same token, if I were planning a project, the last thing I would want to do is put something in place that would hurt my neighbor. I would welcome the Concom's oversight and appreciate their help in making a better choice, maybe using a different material for a driveway that I hadn't thought of or something like that. This bylaw has been in place for several months and there have been zero problems so far. I don't understand the frenzied rush to repeal it today. I would like to give it some more time, and if problems do arise, we can amend or repeal it then. I believe this bylaw helps, not hurts, the town, and I urge my fellow Nahanters to vote no on repeal. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Frank Adira, 16 Lafayette Terrace. There's a great deal of confusion and misinformation. I mean, just listening to the speakers before me, it's amazing. You know, you've all gotten this stuff in the mail, right? I mean, stuff from both sides. And how is it possible that factual information, Alice, you said it, factual information can be interpreted so differently by both sides? I mean, that makes no sense to me. It should make no sense to any of you. I mean, when they talk about insurance, that it's going to raise insurance, well, will it? Won't it? They talk about house values, that house values are going to go down. Well, has it? Will it? That's well, you're answering my statement. Nobody knows. And there's yes and no. And then there's also the impact of the northeastern expansion. I got a letter today that said absolutely will affect the northeastern expansion. All these other communities, did you all get that map? I got it. It showed the pink zones and the green zones and all these communities, all these coastal communities that have already passed a Wetlands Protection Act. Have they answered these questions? Has any of you talked to any of them to find out why they voted a Protection Act? The answer is probably no. There was an article in the Lynn Item from Bridget Turcott. I don't even know who she is, but I read the article and her conclusion was vote no to Nahant residents, vote no on this issue. Last but not least, according to Kristen, none of you have met with each other to discuss this issue. And as residents of this town, shouldn't we expect that this committee and those guys and whatever other guys and gals meet and discuss an issue as important as this? You haven't met. That's amazing. So I'd like to make a motion. Pursuant to town meeting sections 12 and 41, to refer the matter of Article 27 to a select wetlands study committee to be made up of the town administrator, 2 members or designees of the planning board, 2 members or designees of the conservation commission, 1 member or designee of the selectmen, and Vi Patrick, or a designee of SWIM. The Wetlands Study Committee will review the Wetlands Protection Bylaw and report back to us, the citizens, the facts, not opinions, but facts, at the next annual town meeting.
So is there a second? So there's a motion to refer this to a committee, and according to our bylaws, I think that's allowed. Mr. Town Council? Under Section 9, when a question is under debate, no motion shall be in order except to indefinitely postpone, to refer, to recommit the previous question, and to amend. So, and to refer, the motions have a ranking in that order. So I think it's been made and seconded to refer, and I think it's allowed under our bylaws. The motion to refer, I think, is allowed under our bylaws.
Jeff, what do you think?
Okay, so the motion has
Jeff
been
says
made and
yes.
seconded. Could you give it to us in writing, please?
Yep.
Just a second.
Frank, Lafayette Terrace.
Okay, the motion now before the House is a motion to refer.
Yeah.
If there's 30 people who want a ballot vote, we can do, yeah, anytime, but you need 30 people if you want to request it. So the motion before the House is now a motion to commit. I don't know what pursuant to town meeting time, sections 12 and 41. It's certainly consistent with those, but I don't think it adds anything to the motion. So I wonder whether, I think it just would add confusion. I might suggest, if it were me, I don't want to get involved.
Well, your brain was burnt out a while ago.
If it were, yeah, I mean, I've already.
I mean, that Memorial Day thing, you know.
I've proved it. So I would delete the pursuant to town meeting time, sections 12 and 41. They both support you, but you don't need to recite them in the motion, I don't believe. So I would delete those if I were you. What's the harm?
What's the harm?
I don't know. As a lawyer, see, you guys don't realize I'm a patent lawyer. We don't put you see all that language these poor guys got to read. Right, that way we can use a thing. If it's in there, we can use that to reduce the. I don't do that stuff. I always believe that that language in a legal thing that's extraneous can only cause troubles. But we'll do it. I'm not going to get involved and do it. I just thought about it. Okay. So the motion is pursuant to town meeting time, sections 12 and 41, to refer the matter of Articles 27 to a select wetlands study committee to be made up of the town administrator, 2 members or designees of the planning board, 2 members or designees of the Conservation Commission, 1 member or designee of the Selectmen, and Vi Petak or a designee of SWIM, Inc., the wetlands. I guess the Wetlands Study Committee will review the Wetlands Protection Bylaw and report back to the next special or annual town meeting its independent findings. That's the motion.
Yes, sir.
Yes, B.
Oh, it's been seconded, right?
It's seconded already. Yeah, it's all set.
If I heard you correctly, and I may be wrong, I move to amend this this motion to refer.
We haven't voted on it yet, have we?
No.
No.
That's before we vote on it. Sorry, B. Rogers, 44 Pearl Road. Just in case nobody knew. When I heard you listing these, and of course none of us can read it, it said the town administrator, representative of the selectmen, the planning board, the conservation commission. I didn't hear the finance advisory commission in there. Am I correct that if this committee does not propose to include, this proposal does not include in the makeup of the committee members of the finance committee?
I don't see the Finance and Advisory Committee listed.
Then I move to amend this gentleman's motion to add to the list of the composition of this committee 2 members of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
Not 2.
No, it's a motion to amend. So
A half.
Half is fine.
Has there been so B is making a motion to amend the motion before the House.
How many members?
So has there been a second? Good. All right, so the language you want to add, B,
7 people. B.
is 2 members.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. You can take it as
2 members?
if you think it should be 3, that's fine. That was his suggestion.
No, I didn't say 3.
You can accept that as an
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, we're trying to figure out what's before the House, and so just remain calm at all times. Even though my brain is gone, we'll be able to handle this. So the language you want, B, is 2 actual members of the FinCom.
Is to add that on this proposed committee,
Yeah.
there be at least 2 members of the Finance Advisory Committee, whatever its appropriate title is. 2. How about 2?
Mr. Moderator, this is not a repeal of the act that's on the floor. This is simply a recommendation. And I think if I were to modify, I would say, as we did with all the other committees in trying to get an impartial, and that's the purpose of this committee, is something or a group made up of...
She's moving to amend it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead again.
The intent here is to create an impartial committee to come back with facts for us to decide, rather than hearing all these opinions, which basically are ridiculous. If we want to add 1 member from the Finance Committee, I will accept that, but only 1. Because, now you have 8. There were 7. Now they're going to have 8. Very difficult to, create an opinion with an even number. That's why I kept it to 7.
Add the building inspector.
And 2 is too many, especially after the
All right,
report
so
came back.
you don't accept the amendment because it says 2 instead of 1?
Yes.
Okay, then we have to vote on the amendment. It's been seconded, and now the issue is the amendment to your motion to commit. So is there further, or
To refer,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. Is there further discussion on the amendment to the motion?
I'd like to make a further amendment.
Yeah.
We only have 1 amendment. Maybe we can do 2. We can do 2, okay. All right, but is there further discussion on the amendment before the House?
Yes. I would just like to say that the way the composition of that do you have it in front of you?
Yes, ma'am. Right there.
Okay. Thank you. The town administrator, 2 members of the planning board, 2 members of the Conservation Commission, 1 designee of the selectmen, or member, and a designee of SWIM. And I am not, just based on the discussions that have taken place over the last several months since the bylaw was passed, things back and forth, I would say that in order to balance the impartiality of the committee as being proposed, that with 2 members of the Conservation Commission and 1 member of SWIM have been very articulate in support of the bylaw. The Planning Board has been extremely supportive of the bylaw in historical, based on previous meetings, that it seems that 2 members of the Advisory and Finance Committee, who, in my experience, are thoughtful and fact-based analysts of these different things, that it seems to me quite reasonable to put 2 members of the Advisory and Finance Committee on this proposed study committee.
I would offer that, just based on the numbers that she went through, in order to keep it impartial, you mentioned 3 people, 1 from SWIM and 2 from the Con Committee.
And 2 from the Planning Board.
Well, 2 from the Planning Board are impartial, and the town administrator is impartial. I mean, we're talking about, it's actually 4 against 3 if you're talking about impartiality.
Yes, Mr. Ward.
So I'd move to further amend to add an additional person to that committee, and I think that would be the building inspector. I think a lot of the decisions that would fall in this area, I think, are originally identified by the building inspector, and he's a part of this process, and I would think that he would be an appropriate source to review this. So I would move to amend Ms. Rogers' amendment to also include the building inspector.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so now...
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. Point of personal privilege, please.
Point of personal privilege, yes.
Yes, sir. I listed it as personal privilege because it relates to only the people who are in the line here. For, by the way, David Horrigan, 20 Sunset Road. For the second time, with very well-meaning procedural requests, people have not had a chance to state what they would like to say and get on the record and ask some questions. And obviously, we don't want to be here all day. I was wondering if the moderator would see fit to, for the remaining people in line, limit each speaker to 60 seconds so that people could get on the record or get a question if they'd like before we consider this amendment.
Well, the amendment's been placed. And I think a limitation of maybe a couple of minutes per person after we dispose of the amendment, I would say we should, or dispose of the motion, I think would be worthwhile. But I think 60 seconds is too little for people who have been standing in line for a while. And I think this has been legitimately raised and legitimately amended, and the amendment has been legitimately accepted amendment.
Understood, sir. That's why I tried to get it in under a personal privilege.
We have to dispose of these things in the way that the rules provide. And so I'll accept your suggestion that we limit further discussion for 2 minutes per person, but I don't want to take it out of line. So.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so the way the thing is amended now is 2 members of the Finance Committee and the building inspector have been added to the people in the motion to commit.
I have a further comment based on B's amendment, Alice Court, 7 Valley Road. I think based on my review of what was written in the warrant is B said that she's used to the Finance Committee having a fact-based approach. And I think it's pretty clear that with regarding this issue at this time, I don't think the Finance Committee had a fact-based approach.
That is really not relevant to what we're talking about here.
Ralph Colson, 38 Bayview Ave.
This is a conservation issue. I don't see why we need two people from FinCom. And I'm sorry, the way that last statement was read earlier and how it's written in the book was not very nice. It was very one-sided. We don't need two members from that committee onto the committee. I think the idea of a committee was a wonderful proposal for it, but B, I love you. I don't think we want two people from that committee on this committee.
So the motion, you're speaking against the amendment.
I'm against the amendment of
Thank
adding
you.
two more people onto this committee from FinCom, from the Finance Committee.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. Yes, Tom? You're speaking on the amendment.
Tom Costin, 369 Nahant Road. Yes, I
Speaking
will
on the
speak
amendment.
on the amendment because I haven't had an opportunity to speak on the repeal of the article. But one of the things that I was going to say is, you know, I've always admired everything that the Finance Committee has done, all the work that they put into these reports. I was so disappointed in the Finance Committee because of this Article 27. I won't read all of my statements. I'm going to read two paragraphs which pertain to this. The language of the last paragraph is especially intimidating, and these speculative accusations made by the FinCom were
this isn't
no,
really...
this is
I'm
this
sorry,
is appropriate
this is
because
not.
I don't want two members of the FinCom to be on this, David. That's why I'm speaking.
I don't think it's appropriate.
So what I was saying is that the language of the last paragraph, these speculative accusations made by the FinCom were conclusions decided upon without consulting the CONCOM. They further stated, we have strong reservations about an appointed body, the CONCOM, influenced by private organizations, for example, the Nahant Preservation Trust, having essentially free rein to determine any property owner's fate, forcing any opposition to a protracted and expensive process. Seriously. This language is explicitly divisive, intended to cause fear. It sets up a we versus them scenario in which they suggest that certain organizations in this town, especially the CONCOM, can be influenced by private organizations.
Thanks,
it is
Tom.
my understanding
Thank you,
that a
Tom.
majority of the
Your
FinCom
2
members who
minutes
voted on
have
this
expired.
recommendation to repeal the wetlands bylaw were in fact in the protected areas themselves. I see that as a conflict of interest. That's all I have to say, David.
Thank you, Tom. All right. Further discussion on the motion, on the amendment. Further discussion on the amendment. Yes.
So I've been waiting in the line just to ask a question about your rules, Mr. Moderator. I'm trying to understand, in the back of our town meeting, it talks about changes and votes and how many people are required to vote for different things. So in this one, we're talking about a bylaw that affects people's property. So that means, the way I read it, is that any vote to carry takes 2/3 majority vote.
No, this is just a bylaw, and it's a majority.
So the direction that you've given us is incorrect?
I don't believe it.
I'm reading, what motions require a 2/3 majority? Generally, motions which would make substantial changes to citizens' property rights. For example, motions to change zoning bylaws.
Zoning bylaws, yes.
Okay.
Zoning bylaws, yes.
So this is not a zoning bylaw?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Zoning bylaws, definitely.
So what percentage of vote is required for any action?
Majority for this.
Majority, thank you.
Well, right now, we're talking about the amendment, and that's just a majority as well.
Brendan
Yes, sir.
Brendan Bronick, said 2 Summer Street. Question about the potential amendment. Is it just directing the committee to look at the impact of the bylaw, or is the evaluation in a slightly larger scope to look at what are other alternatives to the current bylaw structure that might be more beneficial to the town?
The way it reads is, we'll review the wetlands protection bylaw and report back to the next special or annual town meeting its independent findings.
So the reporting back could include a larger scope as to whether or not there would be more beneficial measures that the bylaw currently does not cover.
It says what I read.
Okay.
Yes. Ms. Tarmy, please.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say I'm sorry that it's come to this. This is something that all year long I have come to meetings and spoken about how it's become very angry, and I understand it, and I always try to see both sides of every issue, and I try to stick to the facts. So I just want to say a couple of things that I've made notes as people have come up and spoken, and thank you all for speaking so eloquently. I thank you for stating that the catalyst was Northeastern. Thank you for stating that, because that's being transparent. The rush to repeal this, unfortunately, I faced that the very next day after we voted democratically to accept the wetlands. And as I said, all year long, as I have spoken publicly, I voted against the wetlands because I didn't think it was enough. As Mr. Manning stated, and as Mr. Carangelo stated, it should cover the entire town. We did hear from the Concom, the FinCom did hear from the Concom, and at that point, this was before the special election, we did ask them to slow down, to think about it. Why wasn't the entire town covered? They stated that there were things that they couldn't police with the amount of complaints that they had already. And we said, well, why don't you get those under control and then come back with this and talk to us again and, see what we can do together. Someone mentioned that we haven't spoken to both sides. I can speak to myself, and those of you out there to whom I have spoken to both sides, and I understand both sides. We've tried our best, but it's getting dirty and nasty, and this is not the place for that. I would hope that we could work something out. We voted democratically. The rush to repeal happened the very next day. Like I said, I was approached and said, we're going to get a special election to repeal this. I said, why? We voted. And if you have a problem with that, then the next town meeting is the place to bring it up, because that's the democratic process, and it has been brought up. We avoided the special town meeting, and we did what we thought was best as a committee. Does that mean it was unanimous? I believe it was 6-2 was the vote. So I ask you just to take that away and think about it. We're not nasty on either side. We're not mean. Both sides have in their heart what is the best interest for this town. And I just thank you for being a part of it. But please, let's not get down to accusing other people of doing things that perhaps they haven't. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment.
I would like to speak against the amendment. I was chairman of the Finance and Advisory Committee for some years. As such, I know that whatever that committee explores and reports will go directly to every member of the Finance Committee. So there's no reason to have them part of the committee, because the work of the committee will go to the Finance Committee finally anyway. There's no reason also to say, well, this doesn't include higher elevations. This doesn't include Spring Street or something of that sort. If additional measures are needed, we can take them. But that doesn't mean that we should throw away everything else. So I speak against adding to the committee, because all the issues raised there will ultimately go to the Finance Committee, and we'll all be back here to discuss it at that time. Thank you.
So, yes, B, we have a limit of speaking.
I have my amendment on the floor.
Yeah?
And the gentleman who made, I'm sorry. Frank, who made the proposal, has agreed to accept representation by one member of the Finance Committee on his proposed committee.
Yes.
And in response to that, I will withdraw my amendment if the seconder is willing and allow Frank to modify his proposed motion to
So
refer.
instead of two members from the Finance and Advisory Committee, it would be one member.
He said he was willing to accept.
Okay, and you're accepting that as a friendly amendment? Is that what you're saying?
Correct?
Whatever.
That, you know, you'd make a good patent attorney, I tell you. So you've accepted that as a friendly amendment. Now,
So, no, he
we
accepted
have
it.
the
I've
motion
withdrawn my
as
amendment.
amended, ready to be voted on.
Yes. And would you kindly specify the committee composition that we're voting on?
What one was yours? Yeah. So let me read this thing now as it's friendly amended. Motion pursuant to town meeting time, sections 12 and 41, to refer the matter of Article 27 to a select wetlands study committee to be made up of the town administrator, 2 members or designees of the planning board, 2 members or designees of the Conservation Commission, 1 member or designee of the selectmen, and Vipatek or a designee of Swim Inc., and 1 member of the Finance and Advisory Committee and the building inspector.
No, he didn't accept that.
No, just the one member from the Finance Committee. She withdrew that, right? You withdrew that.
I said, yeah, but the
I thought he said whatever. Didn't he say whatever?
Frank agreed to accept as a friendly amendment adding a member of the Finance Committee to his proposed study.
Right. But you had already accepted as a friendly amendment Mr. Ward's suggestion of adding a building inspector.
I had, but I said I withdraw my amendment contingent.
You withdraw
on-
your acceptance of his amendment.
Contingent.
All right.
on Frank.
Do you accept her withdrawal of your acceptance of your amendment? All right. Well, then we.
Then we have to vote on.
I move to put.
So then we have to make. Then we have to debate the amendment of adding the building inspector. No. We are going to. Excuse me. It's not a no. It's an amendment that's been offered. And it's going to be discussed. Is there any discussion of adding the building inspector to the proposed wetland study committee? Was there no second?
I second it. Are you saying anything about
It was seconded by the clerk.
Are you saying anything about
Peggy. So, speaking on the addition, the amendment to add the building inspector to the committee.
Can I ask why he's talking? I mean, I made a motion.
So
B amended the motion or came up with an amendment to
Right.
the motion. Why are we going through an amendment to the amendment?
Because you can do up to 2 amendments under our rules, and his amendment is legitimate, and so we have to discuss it. I tried to get out of that, and Mr. Lombard or somebody down here reminded me that it's legitimate.
I'm a victim.
So we are speaking on the building inspector. Anybody speaking? Yes, come forward.
It's the building inspector.
I'm a victim. I've lived here 45 years, 72 Surfview Avenue, Nahant, Paul Power. I've been through the blizzard of 78 and everything else since that time, and I'm halfway up a hill, and I'll tell you, in all these years, my house has never had a bit of a flood. Yet I'm in this zone now, and right next to me, next street over, it's the house is right next to me, but it's actually the next street over. They don't show up in the flood zone. So my question is, who put this map together, and what's the logic here?
Yeah, I hear you. What that will be studied by the committee that we're putting together right now.
Kristen Kent, 19
This
Emerald
is on
Road.
speaking on the amendment to add the building inspector,
Yeah.
yes.
Kristen Kent, 19 Emerald Road. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission, and although I didn't know this was going to happen, the commission it looks forward to the opportunity to work with everybody. I think it's a positive thing. I think it's what we should have done from the beginning.
So you're in favor, right?
Okay, Jeff Bigler, 8 Little Nahant Road. It seems to me that the motion to amend the amendment to add the building inspector was a motion to amend an amendment that has since been withdrawn.
No, it's been accepted, friendly.
No,
Withdrawn if the seconder doesn't. I put it back.
Okay, but it seemed to me that the motion to add the building inspector was to the amendment to the motion. That amendment was withdrawn, which to me means that the amendment to add the building inspector died when the motion was withdrawn.
No, the amendment to was accepted. The language of the amendment was accepted. Now we're talking about
Was
changing.
accepted by the original proposer of the committee, or was it accepted by the person who proposed the amendment and later withdrew it?
It was
That's important.
accepted by the person who made the amendment. So the amendment was accepted. And so we are debating, there's a conflict with, people don't want that amendment with the building inspector in it.
Okay, it seems to me the person who proposed the amendment didn't understand that that was the language and said that he did not approve of the building inspector, so I think we should clarify that before we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, I'll clarify it. So B moved to add 2 members of the FinCom. And that was a change to 1 member, and that was accepted as an amendment to the motion to remit or commit. And in the meantime, Mr. Ward made a motion to amend the amendment in which he proposed adding the building inspector. And that motion has not been accepted by the original maker. So we are debating that, and if we can get through that, wow, I think we can get the committees to keep on going, and we can all go home and have a nice drink. So is there further discussion on whether or not to include the building inspector on this committee? That's the only issue before the House. Yes, lady?
Would I be out of order to call the question?
No. Would I be out of order to say yes? No, I think you can call the question at this point. So the question has been called for. The question is whether or not the building inspector should be included in this motion to refer, along with a member of the Finance and Advisory Committee. So the motion before the House is to call the question. It requires a 2/3 majority vote. And if you don't think this has been discussed enough from your side, you may want to say, oh, well, we defeat the motion to call the question. But this is a question we're going to call. Those in favor of cutting off further debate on the secondary amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Whoa. You see my pants wave in that breeze? Those opposed to cutting off debate on that issue, please say no. The ayes have it by far over 2/3. So now we are voting on the motion, on the amendment to add the building inspector to the Wetlands Study Committee. Those in favor of adding the amendment that would add the building inspector to that committee signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The chair is in doubt as well as in pain. So those who are in favor of adding the building inspector to the Wetlands Study Committee, please stand. I don't blame him.
No, I'm down. I went down.
We're all changed.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, wait a minute. We had 3 more stand up. Okay, make it 60. All right, thank you very much. Sit down, please. And those who are opposed to adding the building inspector, please stand.
Whatever he voted is really what it should be. They would indefinitely postpone the review.
I don't think so. That would be my assumption.
Yes, right now I am. Stupid. This is goddamn stupid. No, I know we are, but I want to make it look better right now.
All right, now we have a vote. Those in favor of adding the building inspector, and this number did not happen to include the building inspector, was 148. Those opposed to adding the building inspector to this committee, 172. So the amendment fails. However, I really have some very good news. Our town council has earned his keep and made me turn the page in our bylaw book. And I saw the first page where motion to commit, the motion is accepted. But the second page, when you turn the page over, it says,
Mr. Moderator, while you're looking
excuse me, Tom. Tom, you know I love you like a brother. I'm in the middle of something right now.
I
Thank
know
you.
what to say. While you're looking it up, may I speak?
No. Here is what the bylaw says, and we are going to abide by it. A motion to refer, to recommit, and the previous question shall be decided without debate. Without debate. So the motion before the House is now the motion to commit, or the motion to, let me read it. Let me read it so we're perfectly on it. Motion pursuant to town meeting time sections 12 and 41 to refer the matter of Article 27 to a select wetlands committee, study committee to be made up of the town moderator, 2 members or designees of the planning board, 2 members or designees of the Conservation Commission, 1 member or designee of the Selectmen, and VIPATEC or a designee of SWIM, Inc., 1 member or 1 member of the Finance and Advisory Board. The Wetlands Study Committee shall review the Wetlands Protection Bylaw and report back to the next special or annual town meeting in independent findings. Those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Oh, it's written out. Did I? Oh, I'm not going to do it. No way.
It's all over?
Right. That's it. That's what All right, ladies and gentlemen. What? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Thank you all. I know there was a lot of restraint and a lot of patience on everybody's part, and I'm sorry that everybody didn't get to speak, but now we go on to Article 28. And
Moderator? Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
May I revisit your ruling on that motion for personal privilege on that for the either 30 seconds or 60 seconds, keeping it brief just to get something in the record?
I'm sorry, it's no longer in order. We're done with that motion.
I was hoping that the motion for personal privilege would be in order.
I understand what you're saying, but we have to get through this, and that's
understood.
Sometimes that's how it happens.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Happened to me a bunch of times, too. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's resume our seats. We've got a motion with regard to a citizen's petition filed by Scott Bradley. And Mr. Bradley's going to read the motion. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give the speaker our attention.
I'm Scott Bradley. I live at 33 Summer Street. I moved that the town vote to amend the town bylaws, Article 8, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Ways, Section 13, Control of Dogs, by adding at the end of subsection A the sentence, any town beach from October 1 through April 30 each year may be used for the exercise of dogs not on a leash.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. James Ward, for the record.
If I may?
So, further discussion on the motion?
Yes. Dogs are currently allowed on the town beaches from October 1 through April 30. This article simply allows them to exercise off-leash during those wintry months. Obviously, I expect dog owners to act responsibly. Although only 10 signatures were required for the proposal, 42 dog owners and non-dog owners quickly signed the proposal for a family-friendly Nahant in one afternoon. I grew up on Summer Street. Most of you probably know my parents, Polly and Larry Bradley. I'm pleased to be back living in town again on Summer Street. This article is not about Blackstone Beach. That's also Doggy Beach. Although this article will reduce the number of dogs on that beach by distributing the dogs to walking on beaches closer to where they live. This article is about keeping Nahant family friendly, and it's about common sense. During the colder months of the year, children and dogs don't get enough exercises. The beaches are void of sunbathers during these months, except for very, very, very rare occasions. The ability for children and adults to play with their dogs on the beach, for the dogs to frolic on the beach, affords them a significantly healthier life. For families with multiple dogs, the beach enables younger dogs to run and actively exercise, while older dogs walk slowly and get the appropriate levels of exercise. The closer people are, and dogs are, to be able to exercise to where they live, the more they will exercise. I've talked with many people from East Point to Little Nahant. 90% of the people support the article. However, I've also heard a few concerns. Some of those concerns fall basically into two categories. One is, quote, some bad dog owners. They don't pick up their poop. Their dogs exhibit aggressive behavior. This article does not change that there are a few bad dog owners now, and there will be in the future. However, the vast majority of dog owners are responsible dog owners and pick up the poop and control their dogs. The other thing I've heard is we have Blackstone Beach, Doggy Beach. Get in your car and drive over. When it's midwinter and 30 degrees out, realistically, one can walk locally every day, but to drive to Blackstone Beach only once a week. The closer the walking is to the house, the more walking gets done. This article will also reduce the number of dogs being bused to Blackstone Beach. I've been asked by numerous people, why now, why me? This winter, I walked my dogs on Tudor Beach, Canoe Beach, 40 Steps Beach, Short Beach, Black Rock Beach, Doggy Beach, but almost daily on Tudor Beach as I did as a child. One day, an early December morning, when it was 20 degrees out with a slight wind, walking my dogs, Tudor Beach was empty, except for 3 people well bundled up, walking their dogs on the beach. They were throwing balls for their dogs to chase, your quintessential picture of a family-friendly Nahant. Then, after the people with their dogs had turned around and were heading back from one end of the beach, the police showed up. Now, I was shocked that someone would call the police so early in the morning on the only people on the beach who were simply enjoying the time with their dogs and picking up the poop. Certainly not a family-friendly thing to do. The police officer was very kind and gracious. But if a call is made, the police have to log it, and they have to respond to it, as they should. But common sense is needed. What truly shocked and disappointed me was that when I discovered that it was in fact a Board of Selectmen who had called the police, and that he felt it necessary to call the police instead of sliding open his window, peering down on his fellow Nahanters from high above the seawall, and simply waving hello. Certainly what was done was not very family-friendly. So given the strong personal bias of this person, I feel he should recuse himself from this discussion as a selectman representing the people, or if not, that the people here should realize that his personal bias is so strong, his words should be taken not as those of a member of the Board of Selectmen, but as his personal opinion.
We don't get personal on our discussions here.
It's just background information. I have researched the leash laws of every town on the North Shore. Many allow off dog and off leash on the beach in the winter. This article has the support of all but one of the selectmen and the support of both candidates for selectmen. 9 out of 10 people I've spoken to support the article, and I hope you will vote yes for a family-friendly Nahant and allow kids and dogs to walk on the beach in the winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking on the motion, Vi.
Vi Paddock, 172 Willow Road.
Vi, yeah, get the microphone so it's right at you. Good. Get it pointing right at your mouth. You'll be in great shape.
Vi Paddock, 172 Willow Road. Just wants to slide out. There we go. So first I want to say that I love dogs, and I love my beloved dog who is now dead. I really love dogs, and I really understand where Scott's coming from. However, I have to disagree with him for 3 reasons. The first is the family-friendly part, and I, too, have had an experience. My family came to visit me in January of this year, and we were out on Long Beach taking a long walk with our grandchildren, and there were dogs everywhere. I don't know what the rules are for Long Beach. And there were these big dogs. One was a big, galumphing, happy puppy, 1-year-old, big. And I actually had to do a body block because that dog almost flattened my little grandson. We had to corral my grandson to protect him from this goofy puppy. And it was not a good scene. And the owners, there was no bad intent, but when a family's going for a walk with little children, it's happened before in Nahant, and big dogs come up and try to lick them or knock them down. This is not a good situation, and I don't feel that dogs loose on the beach are a family-friendly situation. Second reason is that for those people who want to go for a quiet walk with their little doggy, be it a Chihuahua or a Great Dane, often do not appreciate having loose dogs come galloping up to them and having to deal with that situation, whatever it might be. Thirdly, one of the things I've noticed about people who let their dogs off lead is that they often don't see when their dogs do their business, particularly at the beach. These dogs can be quite far away. When we were out in January, dogs were really far away from their owners, and they couldn't see what they were doing, and they weren't going to run out in the surf and get you-know-what, pick it up. So for those reasons, I do not feel that this proposal is family-friendly, and I urge you to vote against it.
Further discussion? Yes, B.
Hi, B. Rogers, 44 Pearl Road. I'm also urging people to vote against this amendment. Sorry, but I am. The concept that from whatever it is, October until April, there aren't sunbathers is probably true, but there are certainly people all winter long who stroll and walk and would prefer not to step in the middle of some dog business and not be approached, as Vi said, by the dogs on the beach. There is a space for dogs to go off-leash. I feel like I'm in time travel because there was about 10 years, as I recall, when we had a dog article every year. We haven't had one for a while. But I felt that creating Doggy Beach made a lot of sense. It responded to the needs of people. But the assumption that it doesn't matter in the winter because it's cold and nobody's sunbathing, I simply don't accept. I think people use the beach all year round. The argument that it's too burdensome to get in your car on a very cold day to drive across town so that you can walk on the freezing beach with your dog is something I'm having a little trouble wrapping my brain around, because if you can walk on the beach in the cold and the wind, maybe you can get in your car and drive to the beach where you can walk on the beach. But the main concern that I have is that big dogs or scary dogs, that's one thing. Dog poop is another, and it's a real issue. One of my earlier experiences living in Nahant was being on the beach with my daughter when she was about 1.5 or so, and a guy came along with a dog who left a big steaming pile of, thank you for saying, his business. And just Maryland, I yelled, "Hey!" and he was like way too far away. I understand that there are good dog owners, But the fact is, you can't really control what's going on. I think that's enough. I've made my point. I think citizens have a right to use the beaches even in the fall, spring, winter. I guess I got that wrong. And not have to worry about unleashed dogs and uncontrolled dog business.
Thank you.
So I urge you to vote against.
Further discussion?
Hi, I'm Heather Goodwin, 22 Brazil Terrace, and calling this a family-friendly bylaw is a little disingenuous because I have a daughter who has severe dog allergies, and before you tell me that there are hypoallergenic dogs, it is to their saliva. So even if a dog licks her or touches her with her nose, she will break up in hives, and it's been like that her whole life. And from my experience, even if you ask politely to have a dog owner whose dog is off leash against the law to like put it on a leash to protect your family, they get mad at you. Also, I love dogs, and if you see me on my walk every morning, I will pet any dog that comes my way, so it's not about not liking dogs. And I'm not going to repeat what the people in front of me said, but here's a little food for thought. Nahant's residence page on Facebook has 2,409 members. Swampscott has 4,796 members. Marblehead has 5,749 members. And Lynn has 12,839 members. That's 4 Facebook posts away to these community pages to invite 25,793 people to come to Nahant in an Uber or find a parking space with their dogs, and they will. So once it gets out that town is now every beach from 40 steps to East Point you're welcome to just hop out of a car with your dog any time of day or night, I think we would be in trouble. And that's my point.
Thank you. Further discussion?
I'm Cecilia Dietrich, 10 Valley Road in Nahant, and I'd like to encourage people not to support this. I don't want to repeat what the people ahead of me said, but I also don't trust all dog owners to be responsible, and I would like very much to have a beach to walk on in the wintertime, any time of the rest of the year, without having to worry about a dog who loves me so much, but I don't appreciate their love, coming up and trying to share that love with me. So, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
My name is Sean Canty. I live at 45 Castle Road. I'm a direct abutter of Doggy Beach, and I have a front row seat to everything that goes on there every day. I disagree that most dog owners are responsible. First of all, let me just state, I'm a former police officer. I've put my life in line so many times to go after and save dogs, from burning buildings to shutting down Route 93 at the Somerville line to stop traffic with nothing but a flashlight to aid a dog. I once agreed to pay over $3,000 to fix a broken leg on a dog we couldn't find the owner of. I'm a dog lover. I have dogs. I've never been without one, 4 generations of my family, and I'll never be without a dog. But 60% of the people down on Doggy Beach do not pick up. I have feces floating by my house so often that I don't swim there anymore. Now, as far as, I'm not here to talk about the nuisances of Doggy Beach, but I've never been to a dead dog call as a police officer because he was on a leash. I spoke to the dog officer just yesterday. I said, how many dogs do you think you have hit by a car on average, 5 or 6 a year? He said, triple. My thing is safety. Dogs are instinctive, reactive animals. They don't have logic. The best trained dogs, police and military, are still kept on a lead because they can take off after a blowing bag or leave and get hit by a car. They're the most stringently disciplined and trained dogs there are. And as far as exercise goes, even if Cesar Millan says A good, long, brisk walk is better for the joints, the animal's back and spine, than running them. I'm totally against this, and I beg you to please vote against this. All dogs should be leashed all the time.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Am I out of order to call the question?
The question has been called for.
I call the question.
Question has been called for, and so the question before the House is whether or not to cut off debate. Now, we can't debate that, but if you don't feel like your side has had enough discussion, then you can vote against cutting off the debate. It's got to be a 2/3 majority vote. So all those in favor of cutting off debate on this motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Unanimous vote. So now we have cut off debate on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed to the motion signify by saying no. No. And the noes have it. So we go on to Article 29. Article 29. Yes, sir.
Nick Bokerin, 333 Nahant Road.
Okay, Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 articles left, and 2 of them are to either accept gifts or keep committees going. So we can be done in a few minutes. And I just want to say, if you just hold on for a little bit longer, we can get this whole thing done today, and I'll be your best friend. So the chair recognizes Mr. Bokran.
I always, I'm putting forth a motion. I motion that the town of Nahant require the town administrator and the board of selectmen to send a letter to the proper utility company requesting that no infrastructure for the 5G network be installed until the town has a discussion so as to be properly informed about the benefits and concerns with the 5G network, and then hold a vote on the issue. The letter shall ask for a quick response with an acknowledgement agreeing with our request. If the utility company refuses to cooperate, we can then discuss adopting a bylaw at a later date. I'd like to continue on as far as discussion. That was actually the first paragraph of what I...
So I think
second
that the last sentence in your motion is out of order. We can't say in this motion what we'll do in the future. But I think the rest of it is acceptable. Town council, did you hear what the motion was? Yeah. No, they're asking the board to set a letter, but the last one says if the utility company refuses to cooperate, then we can discuss. I think it just doesn't fit in, so. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So I'm going to take it as if that last sentence was not in your motion. Otherwise, you go.
So when I got the signatures, I had basically a couple of pages here. That was the first paragraph. I continue as a little bit of an explanation here also. 5G is referred as the Internet of all things. Everything will be connected by the Internet. Download speeds will be faster. Access to driverless cars. Communication between your refrigerator, TV, toaster, and yourself. All products will have an RFID chip in them and be accounted for on a network, a total info database. Concerns are that 4G operated in the 2.4 to 5 gigahertz range. 5G operates in the 24 to 90 gigahertz range. To put it in perspective, the military's crowd control weapons operate at 94 gigahertz. The higher the gigahertz wave, the harder it is to penetrate structures, thereby requiring installation of antenna and cameras atop every light pole, electric pole, and probably every 2 to 10 building structures to produce an envelope of connectivity. Think of the aesthetics. Because of the higher wavelengths, the children, pregnant moms, and the elderly will be at greater risk. This also raises greater concerns about the effect on bees, butterflies, and birds, etc. Do we also want the info on everything that we do to be in one place to be hacked? How will it be paid for? Will the public be charged for something they might not need or want? The FCC in 2016 ignored scientific results, raising concerns when they rolled this out. The FCC is moving forward without releasing any mention of the health or environmental impacts, oversight, or corporate responsibility. Basically, we are requesting no 5G infrastructure be installed prior to a serious discussion and a vote by the residents of Nahant, we the undersigned, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. Okay, I understand.
One last thing also is I'm saying there are benefits in detractions. I guess one example would be, this is how you get driverless cars.
This is how you get what?
Driverless cars.
Driverless cars.
You have the envelope, whatever. So think of it in
some of the cars in Nahant that I've seen have been acting like they're driverless.
So one thing, you could say this is a great thing, but living in Nahant where there's no parking, if people want to access the beach, they could actually use the driverless car, go to the beach, and have the car drive around town while their son-in-law or walking their dogs.
Wow, okay.
Just a thought. I mean, there's good and bad, whatever. Basically, this is just to open up the discussion. I was hoping not to have the discussion here. There's a lot of folks that are not familiar with the 5G and what it is. I've got a paper out front here with a list of links if anybody wants to go there and get information about it.
Good. Okay. Further discussion on the motion? Yes, sir.
Brendan Baronic Olmsted, 2 Summer Street.
No, sorry. Town administrator first, then you second. Sorry. We have a little privilege thing about people that work on it, so go.
Honored.
Well,
I just wanted to say I've sat down with Nick about this issue. It's something that we're going to take a look at. We're fairly limited on what we can do to prohibit this type of installation. However, the intent of Nick's article is for us to simply start the conversation and write a letter to the utility and ask them to hold off until we can talk about it. So not to hurry up and get this vote on the record, but we are happy to send this letter to the utility regardless of the outcome of this vote.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Brendan Baronic Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. I would suggest voting against this amendment. Primarily, 5G at this point does not have an official standard from the international bodies. There is no carriers are claiming they're starting to roll out 5G, but they've actually been very limited distribution, and the technology is at this point being identified only for condensed urban spots, that there's issues with the data transmission length that it can actually communicate, and that rural communities will not actually get 5G infrastructure. That's some of the current estimates. For Nahant itself, we're a small town. We have, I think, some cell towers in one of the churches. We had a mast for cell towers to be installed that at this point seems to be unoccupied. So that I don't expect any carriers going to actually be bringing 5G in when a standard is eventually created. This is something that's still probably 3 to 5 years off of a decision for us. Now, as for other implications about the environmental harm of 5G, that's something that's still being looked at. But there's some of the more recent demonstrations by T-Mobile has shown that the 5G signal is blocked by sliding glass doors, so that the implementation of this technology is still very questionable. So I think it would be premature for us to be taking this step.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We go to motion number 30. Ms. Tuffy.
I move that the town vote to continue the following standing committees to June 30th, 2020. Community Preservation Committee, Cable TV Advisory Committee, Veterans Memorial Committee, Sailing Committee, Cemetery Advisory Committee, Coast Guard Housing Committee, Town Charter and Bylaw Committee, Tennis Committee, Town-Owned Land Study Committee, Nahant Alternative Energy Committee, Golf Course Management Advisory Committee, and the Open Space and Recreation Plan Committee, Conservation Committee, Cultural Committee, FEMA Flood Insurance Study Committee, Green Community Committee, MVP Committee, Noise Abatement Committee, Nahant Fire Station Architectural Assessment Committee.
Seconded by Mr. Ward. Further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Moderator, Lynn Spencer. I am speaking for the Nahant Historical Commission and would like to amend this to include the Nahant Historical Commission. Can somebody second it? It's just a.
Ms. Tarmy, is that a friendly amendment, or are we unfriendly to the Nahant Historical Commission?
Would really be mean.
Is there a reason they're not listed? Should they have been on the second one? Or should they be on 30 or 31? 30?
30, yeah.
Yes, so yes, they should. That was an omission.
Okay, so it's an accepted friendly amendment, and the motion has thus been amended. Further discussion on the thus amended article?
Ms. Spencer, do you accept gifts?
Well, wait a minute.
No, heck, we have no budget. We are a zero budget committee.
Is it a town committee?
It is a town and appointed committee.
Okay.
So if they accept gifts, we could add them to.
Let's do one motion at a time. Yes. So, the motion to amend has been amended and accepted, and now we have an amended thing that we're keeping the Nahant Historical Commission in. And Peter.
Pete Barber, 22 Emerald Road. The Coast Guard Design and Development Advisory Committee is also not on that list.
Was that
and we do accept gifts.
But they have a budget.
We don't, not anymore.
And the Personal Advisory Committee is not on the list.
Wait a minute, is the Coast Guard Housing Committee, would that have just been under a different name? Because I mentioned the Coast Guard Housing Committee.
The official name, according to our town clerk, is the Coast Guard Design and Development Advisory Committee.
Okay.
All right, can we write that down?
Right, that needs to be changed on the record.
All right. Admiral.
Yeah, the Personal Advisory Committee, is it still, since you got me to volunteer for it, Dave, are we still official or are we unofficial?
Let me see. I'll get a report on what you've been doing here. Why is the Personnel Committee not in this list?
So these are, I believe the reason the Historical Commission.
Hold it. Go ahead.
I believe the reason the Historical Commission isn't on here is because they're not an annual committee like the other ones listed, similar to the Advisory and Finance Committee, similar to the Conservation Commission. Those don't need to be reauthorized on an annual basis. Yeah, I don't think it meant, yeah.
So, what about the Coast Guard housing or the design?
I believe if the title of their committee had changed, then we should update it.
Okay.
To the current title.
Which is?
The Coast Guard Advisory
And Design. Okay.
So we can get it right. Coast Guard Housing.
Coast Guard Design and
Development
Committee.
You know, you guys, I'm getting really thirsty, really thirsty.
Okay. So it's the
Coast Guard Design and Development Committee.
Advisory Committee. The Coast Guard
Design and Development Advisory Committee.
Advisory Committee.
All right.
Is the proper name.
So, Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
could I withdraw my motion since we are in a different category? That's
Yes,
for the Historical
we will
Commission.
take your motion as withdrawn. So the only addition will be the Coast Guard.
Would be changing
Design-
the Coast Guard Housing Committee to read Coast Guard Design and Development Advisory Committee.
Okay. Anything else, Nancy?
Yep, Nancy Antrim, 110 Fox Hill Road. I used to be the chairman of the Beautification Committee, so I don't know if they should be on it. I don't know if anyone here is the chairman now.
Beautification-
I'm not the chairman
Right.
now, I'm just on it. But it's
We do have the
beautification
beautification program is in the next motion.
on the gifts, so I don't know if it has to be on the top one too. I don't, if,
Right.
Yep. Of this, the committees that have been listed with.
Speak into the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Looking at these committees that I see listed on Article 30, most of these committees are formed as what you consider a committee, and that means you post meetings, you take minutes, and you report them as such. I have never gotten any kind of posting from the Historical Commission. I've never got appointment letters. I don't, and the same thing, the Beautification Committee, I don't know. Perhaps I've gotten appointment letters, but do you actually meet as a board and decide things? You have not posted them ever with me. If they're considered to be under the jurisdiction of an open meeting law formed committee, I would say I don't have any information on that. So that's for not me to decide, but whatever does get decided, if you are then designated as such, then you follow the rules like everybody else, and that is posting minutes, rotation of your committee members. Okay?
Right.
But it's still, honestly, if the money's exchanged, you're saying you're could accept gifts, or, well, should that happen, that's the reason why you want to be a formed committee. Okay?
Okay, so have we the motion solidified?
I believe so. The only change is changing Coast Guard Housing Committee to Coast Guard Design and Development Advisory Committee. All
Okay.
other committees here remain the
So amended, the motion is has been amended to correct the name of the Coast Guard Committee, and I'm wondering if there's anyone in favor of the motions, signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, signify by saying no. Wow. All right.
This is my first
Coast
year
Guard.
on the FinCom, and I was told, I said, go easy on me. I mean, these are ones that have never had questions in the past. Come on.
You've done marvelously, marvelously, and now we're going to give Judy Sahora a chance.
Judy had to leave, so I am reading the final.
All right,
Please
Article
go easy on me.
31.
I move that the town vote to accept gifts or grants of money for the Nahant Life Saving Station, Green Lawn Cemetery, 4th of July Committee and Fireworks, Recreation Commission, Council on Aging, Johnson School Programs, Beautification Program, Sailing Committee, Tennis Committee, Charles Kelly Scholarship Program, Veterans Memorial Committee, Nahant Community Garden, Nahant Public Library, Youth Commission, Nahant Public Safety Departments, Department of Public Works, Nahant Veterans Association and Memorial Day Committee, Nahant Santa Parade Committee.
Seconded by Mr. Clausen. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Unanimous vote in favor. Can I say, you guys have been fantastic. This has been an amazing day. We had all kinds of expectations. You guys have been phenomenal. The Finance and Advisory Committee has done an incredible job, and I hate to hear them criticized, but everybody has different views. They've done a phenomenal job, and it stands for itself. Our town administrator wanted to have one quick comment.
I just wanted to thank everybody for coming. This is a awesome turnout by all of you. You all deserve a round of applause. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for being patient and cooperative with the crowd. And get home safe.
The business of this meeting being concluded, this meeting stands dissolved. Thank you, one.